Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today it is the year 2025 on the ancient moon calendar. The month is September. Today's chronos or date is the 7th. It is the full moon, and we are in the process of a total lunar eclipse as this day continues to manifest. And for that, we're so grateful because we know what it means. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices, and Aqquisitionne Pauline Ritchie, sovereign living justice, and my free chosen sovereign appellation is like tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo, in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the one and only lawful and legal, natural, living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves. For we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the universal Moorish American consulate and the earth-wide Article 3, Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient, Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Courts, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action, and our system is the trustee. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. We are peace. And we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time. And at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. We are the sovereign supreme jurisdiction, Islam. With that being stated, let's go ahead and state that our topic today is in the format or matter of what is a perfected claim. It's a question, but we have the answer also. And that is what the Congress will discuss and discourse today. Prior to our discussion, we have just a couple of items that we will to just view really quickly. And the reason that we're viewing these few items is just to show the changes and things that are happening where the funny mirror, the previous funny mirror is concerned. We see everything aligning with all that we have stated, and we just will to point that out. There's so many things that are doing what they should be doing with regard to the things that we stated. However, we just picked 2 or 3 to show to you and to have you look at. So with that being stated, We already stated about the happy full moon, that is today, and happy lunar eclipse. The energies have brought us so much information and knowledge, and not brought it to us, but manifested it from our spirit. One of the things that we noticed in the previous funny mirror, and we point this out so that we all are aware to always, it's always going to lead back to the same thing. Watch our mouths, watch what we say, watch the things that come from our mouths, so that we cast and break all the right spells, because we know it's all about the word, Islam. So there are some who are trying to conjure up. Conjuring means to start whipping up a whole lot of energy around some words to get people to connect with those words. So there are some who are casting spells on themselves about a poor people's campaign. And all we say is, Moors, ignore. That's not even about you. It's not about us. It doesn't have anything to do with us. Poor People's Campaign, United Negro College Fund, nothing to do with us. Nothing. Anything that has to do with Negro, Black, colored, African American, and all of that, that doesn't have anything to do with us. So just move on with your work. Don't be distracted by any of that. Because what's happening is that everyone is choosing who and where they're going to be for the next 1,000 years. And those who choose that and who go out marching, talking about a poor people's campaign, that is who they will be. And so that's why words are so important. That's why we don't just brush words under the rug and say, oh, you know what I mean. I said black, but, I really mean something more. No, we're going to say what we mean. We're going to state that, because spells are being cast and spells are being broken. So we're seeing them, those lower energies trying to whip up a bunch of energy around a poor people's campaign and to get everybody out there in the streets marching. Ignore it. And if you can distract your loved ones from that by pointing to something else, do that. Whatever works. Whatever works. Okay? So we just will to point that out, that listen, there's going to be somebody fitting into every role or title that they choose. So all the titles that we saw from the previous era, rich, poor, wealthy, famous, criminals, whatever, people are choosing their roles. And so it is our duty and responsibility to put the word out that those things they don't have anything to do with us. Blacks, Negro, colored, African American, and most of you know this, but there are some who are here. We cannot assume that everybody knows what we know, and that is something that the ancestors have actually had spoken directly to us several times in the last few weeks. Is don't assume everybody knows what you know. Go ahead and say it. Okay, so that is what we're going to do. We are not a part of anything that has to do with this. Okay. And the reason, another reason why these types of spells are not for us, and that they're working on some, those spells are working on some, But it's only working on those who do not know that the previous actors have filed out already. So we will to show you really quickly a correspondence that came in the mailing where we whenever you all receive anything like this, okay, you have to be able to read it and interpret it from your noble sovereign perspective. So we'll go ahead and show you that really quickly. As you all know, we notify all previous actors in the office of. We notify all the time. And we keep copious records of all that we do. And so we sent out some things concerning some property that is ours. And this is what came back. And again, we're talking about proper claims. So what is the first things, a few things based on what we know about who we are, what are some things that you notice about this document? Just, we haven't even gotten into the meat of it yet.
It's in black.
It's in black.
Islam. Well, from the location prospect, they spelled out everything. It's not just SW, and then federally it's spelled out, and so is Washington. Then they have the acting seal on there.
Yes. And one thing you'll notice, thank you, Empress, about acting seals is they're always facing the left when you're looking at the document. Our seals face forward or to the right, either one. Both are correct for us. And they did not put a zip code on here. So there is acknowledgement in as much as they can because they don't have authority. Empress Shasha.
One of the things I noticed right off the bat is Dear Pauline, not Miss, not Mrs., not Ms., not anything. Straight from the appellation.
Yes, true. And theirs is in capital letters, and Pauline Denise Ritchie is in all lowercase letters. I mean, in capitis diminution minima, rather.
Right, all in capital, and also P.O. Box is abbreviated. So they're a combination, and they're still state of Washington, but definitely Pauline jumped out.
Yes, Islam. So they weren't trying to cover by putting a title of Mr., Mrs., or any of that, because those titles are bastardized versions of master, believe it or not.
Obviously, because they're giving a title they don't have. They don't have jurisdiction, so it's an attempted claim.
Yeah. And in this, they did not make that attempted claim. But when you see what it says, you'll know why they did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They know who we are. Thank you, Empress Shasha.
Clearly.
We are in receipt of your correspondence dated August 28, 2025. That's an incompetent date because the year comes first. But it says, their agency lacks statutory authority to comply with my demands. We didn't make any demands because we know they can't do anything. We already know that. All they're saying is, you're right, we can't do anything. That's what they're saying.
Exactly.
And we told them that.
Proof.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, go ahead, Empress.
It looks like an automatic response.
Of course it
clearly,
is.
you know, but it clearly displays that because they had no authority outside of that fraud, that fiat anyway.
Yeah. This is how you know that they know who we are, that our authority is absolutely 100% acknowledged. This is a recognition of our status and our standing that we did not need, by the way. We didn't need it.
Islam. I noticed in the seal that the lines are broken. Does that matter? Islam, I
did that. That is because anytime we receive anything like that, we sink the ship immediately by putting holes in it. So we did that with a hole puncher. And then when we scanned it in. And yes, Empress, that is a breaking of a seal now. So what you stated is very profound and correct. That we have the authority to do that. The breaking of the seal is what happens at the rising or the resurrection of Yeshua. Yeshua broke the seal on the grave and came out of the grave. Islam, Empress.
With that observation, I'd like to make a statement that I know sometimes we think that something as simple as that may not have much meaning. However, it is in the spirit realm where all the work is being done. And that is so spectacular.
Yes,
that's where it's done.
It's done in the spirit realm and it manifests in the natural.
Yes.
That's what thank you, Empress. As we look at this even, if it was really a government, they wouldn't have to pay for postage.
Islam,
Empress.
I'm looking at this, and I mean, it's beautiful. I don't have sound on my where I can see things so I'm on two different devices. But what I'm seeing is that, I mean, you said it, that they're admitting that they don't have capacity to be able to deal with this. It's also stating jurisdiction. What I see that they don't have jurisdiction as well. So they already know statutory authority is not enough to be able to do anything, whether they were sending anything out or receiving anything. So to me, working with them before in the past in my sleep, I know exactly what this means.
Islam, Empress. What this also states is it voids every other claim they've ever made. It voids every other claim.
That is correct.
Ever. Including tickets, anything else, void to our authority. Because that's what that's saying, is they don't have authority when it comes to us.
Islam,
Empress.
This is a capitulation to our jurisdiction and to our standing, yeah.
Yes.
Islam,
Empress.
And it also says receipt. So they're making a notice of an account. They're saying that we have your account and we made the record and a notation of your account in our books stating that we've received it. It's been received, your correspondence. So they're letting you know that they see your ledger concerning the account.
And they accepted our authority.
Yep. But I just made mention of the accounting and the ledger because that's the most important part of the process. At the end of it is the accounting ledger. So the receipt is that part. So this is essentially a receipt as well. The whole thing is.
It is. Yeah, it is. So now, what do we do with this information right here? Here's what we do with it. We scan it in, and if there were any claims made by where anything that has to do with transportation, anything, transportation or licensing, or the state of Washington, or Olympia, Washington, because that's our Olympia is where the Capitol building is. So any claims, this is going to affirm that we have voided all claims. This is going to affirm our voiding of all contracts, all claims by any of the corpses listed here, whether it be Olympia, whether it be licensing, whether it be transportation, no matter what it is, or anything coming from, quote unquote, state of Washington. All of that is voided with this one. It's just an affirmation of what we already did. So they're not telling us anything new. We sent them the fiduciary document that says they don't have any authority over anything that has to do with us. We sent that as part of what we were notifying our office of. And all the courses did is say, well, yeah, she's right about that. They're right. The Moors are right. So then what do we do with this? We scan it into our spreadsheet, our banking and accounting spreadsheet, and you scan it into any claims, and that's going to allow you to claim the credit for whatever ticket, issuance, anything that was previously enacted as being issued by the state of Washington, quote unquote. What this also affirms? It affirms that Olympia, Washington is not the government, quote unquote. That P.O. Box 9030 Olympia, Washington, that's not the real government, because this is coming from there. So those that were pretending to be the governor and pretending to be the the Secretary of State and all of that, this says they don't have anything on us, or else they could have superseded and topped anything, but they can't. So now we cannot act like we don't know that they're not the government, because they're saying they're not. So we have to know. And now we have to move forward knowing what we know, that they're not the government. They don't have jurisdiction over anything that
Islam. This also affirms our program for licenses. Remember we did the program for licenses? Yes. This affirms that part. It sure 100%, 1,000,000%, infinity percent affirms that when we introduced the licensing program ministry, that we were in the proper nobility, honor, and standing. Because this part shows that they don't have this in the statutory.
Yes.
Sounds like they're stabbing themselves, but anyway.
Yeah. Yes, that is so. That's true about. So Moors, but remember, Moors, we had to do it first before they would say anything like that. We had to go ahead and step on over any thoughts of anybody else being the government and go ahead and just do what we do. We're not at war with anybody. We weren't fighting with anybody. All we did was state what we have the authority to do. And that's what we just continue to do. Just continue to do that. Just keep being ourselves. We don't even have to look at what they're doing. Because like we stated before, or just as we stated, they will move out of the way when they see the lords for this land coming, and they're seeing us coming, all of us. This is not just for us, this is for all of us. that no corporation has authority over us. None. None, not even one. So what does that mean? This means also that any corporations that were issuing things under the banner of State of Washington don't have any authority over us either. So if they were listed with the Secretary of State office under corporation, they don't have any, this is proof of, they don't have any authority over us.
Islam, but wouldn't that be in all jurisdictions, according to what we've also proclaimed and stated, that essentially it's all for one and one for all in this
Yes.
capacity, because no corporation states have any jurisdiction, and they lack all statutory authority. So what I'm also realizing now, that means that in their enactment and how they was portraying statutory authority, they're saying, oh well, no, by the way, we no longer have it. Our act is up. We waving the flag of we don't have some a surrender. That is, they're surrendering. Our agency lacks the statutory authority. So whatever authority that they have, they don't have it anymore because it doesn't exist.
Justice Harold put it in. Thank you, Empress. Justice Harold put it in the chat. He put it in the chat right there. He said, absence of authority to perform the necessary components of a task, he said, can nullify the overall action. Quando aliquid mandature et omni per quod pervenitur ad elude maxim. Islam.
You could put that on the screen.
Sure, we'll copy what he put here. But if you have a Black's Law Dictionary, you can find all of those maxims like what he just stated. You can find all of those maxims in the front of the Black's Law Dictionary. Even the PDF online, it has those maxims. Many, many, many of them. They're in alphabetical order.
Islam, Empress.
Islam nobility.
I was restating that parenthesis can. I was saying, hey, take that out.
Yeah.
And go with the rest of it. Islam.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Justice Harold, thank you so much. Your research is stellar. So, we just will to share that with you, and one other thing we'll share before we go into what a perfected claim is. We will to highlight what we're calling the Great Walkaway. The Great Walkaway. The Biblio states that the wealth of the wicked is waiting for the just. So those who were previously claiming things on the land in their enactments, because they were just actors, okay, they are in this particular enactment. Here, we'll put the link to it in the chat. What's the title of it?
Trapped in their homes, why millions of Americans can't sell in 2025.
Okay. Yes. So now, and this is what we're talking about, and this is why perfecting claims is so important at this time. This is why this is presenting now, because it's time for us to go ahead and prepare. And we can proclaim and claim whatever we see. All of it belongs to us. Our ancestors, everything is already ours. Our ancestors willed that we put a system in place so that we don't have to go back and forth and argue with each other. It's not even about the subjects. The subjects know what their place is and what they're supposed to be doing. They signed on for this. They signed up for it. So this is now about the nobility and how there's enough for us to to go around 1,000 trillion million times on whatever it is that we will to have. And the title, as Empress Angel read, thank you, Empress Angel, it says, it's talking about quote unquote Americans being that can't sell their home. It's called trapped in their homes. But if they were really American, they wouldn't be trapped in the home. It's talking about quote unquote Americans being trapped in their homes. You actually have to be American to own a home. And when we say American, we spell it the ancient way, not the modern capitalized way. And
spell it,
so Islam?
No, I was asking, could you spell it so we can see what it looks like?
It's spelled however we choose to spell it, as long as it's us spelling it.
Okay.
And that goes for everything. Everything is misspelled unless we spell it.
Right.
And however we choose to spell it, that's the right way.
Islam. Islam.
Foreigners can't spell American. They're not competent to do that. Not at all. They're not competent to spell your holy sovereign-born appellation correctly. And that's the point of all of this, is we have to do the spelling. Oh, our ancestors know what they're doing. In this same, this enactment, this video, they have resorted, the actors, the previous actors, have resorted to burying statues of something called a St. Joseph statue. They bury it upside down in the front yard facing the domicile in hopes that St. Joseph will help them sell the domicile. They're resorting to witchcraft. And their witchcraft is not competent, so we don't worry about it. But it's just interesting to see that, that fiat was not enough to get them whatever it is they were trying to get. They couldn't obtain anything. With that being stated, what is a perfected claim? Now, we're looking at a perfected claim. Empress Unniversalle, are you present?
Islam, Grand Rising, peace.
Oh,
Grand Rising, Empress.
Thank you. Yes. And honors to you, Empress Unniversalle.
Grand Rising, Congress.
Islam. We are going to pick up right where we left off, and not pick up, but continue with this great presentment of what is a perfected claim. There's a couple of ways for us to look at it. And Empress Unniversalle and Congress, just let us know what you think. We will take a top-down approach to what a perfected claim is first, and then we'll go from the bottom up on a perfected claim, because those two perspectives look completely different. Not completely different, but different. Islam.
Yes, I affirm Islam.
Yeah. When we say top down, we're talking about from our perspective, because we created the system. So when we look in the system, as Moors are beginning to learn the documentation and learn the paperwork, and it'll take some time as well to learn it. We have to have a map whereby when we look at our system as Moors come to us for system affirmation, we can look in the system and say, or the system can say, yes, this claim is complete. This is a perfected claim. So that is the, and top down is always going to be far more intensive than from the bottom up. It's always going to be far more detailed, and it entails a lot. In other words, there have to be things in the system that those who created the system can look at it and see that, yes, these things are present first and foremost. Then the masses can bring whatever documentation they have, and we can say, okay, this meets this requirement, this meets that requirement. Why is that important? That's important because if you think about all the documents, many of us in our sleep, we bought homes, quote unquote. The paperwork was this thick, and it took months even in some cases to get through that process from start to finish. It took about 90 days almost in some cases, and some it took longer than that. For us, from the time in our sleep when we started looking at this domicile to buy it, because we didn't know that everything was already ours and all of that, we didn't know that. But it took, we started looking, we looked for quite a while. We looked for probably about eight or 9 months. We looked at different domiciles and went and saw different domiciles and things of that nature. But then from the time we began to sign the first paper, the first document, until everything was done and we had the keys, it was probably about 90 days. It was about 90 days. And that's, that was because the people who were here previously, they were the ones who had it built, and they had to go and do this and that, and, so it was a process. And so from our perspective as the government, not that we're each going to be looking at it, because the system will do what the system is going to do. The system is going to make it so that this Congress doesn't have to sit at a desk every day and wait for claims to come in and then say, oh, yeah, they can have it. Yeah, they can have it. Yeah, they can have it. We don't necessarily have to do that unless that's what we will to do. The system is going to do what it's doing. And the document that we just showed you, where they're saying they don't have any jurisdiction over anything, that's how the system is going to respond when Moors come with their documentation and paperwork. Is the system is going to say yay or nay in either direction. And the Moors have to know they have to know how to interpret that. First, to know that it's just an auto response based on what they've given, and that they can move to the next phase of whatever they're doing when they properly proclaim. Record keeping is a major part of that. A properly recorded claim is the key. And that's in addition to the spiritual work that has to be done. That's in addition to the spirit work. The spirit work has to be done to even understand and understand the documentation and why you have to have it. And that's the part that some people, they do a check mark on, yeah, I did this, I did this, I did that. But what does the Spirit say to you about those documents when you read them? Did the Spirit within you give you a clear understanding and understanding of what those documents mean? Because the documents are spiritual first. They're spiritual first. And then, so to the brother who asked the question prior to the recording starting, he was asking, he said that he put the 6 documents on the public record. Okay, but did you place a lien on the nom de guerre war name? And he said, no. That means that you got to go back and study what you put on and tap into the Spirit, so the Spirit can give you a clear understanding and understanding of why that's important. Because, see, there was a spiritual claim on the nom de guerre war name. There was a spiritual claim on it. And through that spiritual claim on that nom de jure war name, all other claims were being made. And that had to be stopped. All claims must come from within us and nowhere else. So that's why the spiritual portion is so important. So to this Congress, my question is, what is the first step to a proper claim? What is the first step?
Islam.
Islam, Empress Shasta.
Well, the first step would be to proclaim your nationality.
Ding, ding,
No,
ding, ding.
no nationality, no claim.
Yes, indeed. And let's go ahead.
Yeah, the next step.
Yeah, go ahead, Empress, if you will.
Then there's the lien. You know, your nationality. Claim your nationality. Then I think, in truth, as you stated, you just stated, the 6 documents on the public record with overstanding, innerstanding, and everything else. And then we move forward on, lien, levy, bonds. But initially, nationality and, as you said, full overstanding of what that actually means, your authority and everything else.
Yes. This is why these documents are so important. When you watch the video that we gave you the link to about quote unquote Americans being trapped in their homes, they're just waiting for us to, and I won't say they because they're actors, but the system is waiting for us to begin putting in a claim that is valid from start to finish. But this Congress has to agree on what that looks like. Okay, and we've already agreed on it. We just have to put that on the record that this is a valid claim. But let me just say this too, and this will be clear as we go forward. It never fails. There's always going to be somebody saying, I did all that stuff and it didn't work. Your attitude and your spirit is why. That's why. That means you missed something along the way. You missed something along the way. Islam.
And may I add, did you do the documents yourself? Or did you have someone?
That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. If you had somebody else to do them, obviously people who actually write, they say they put them on the public record, but didn't need to read them. Don't have a clear understanding of them. That's huge. Do them yourself.
Islam.
I
can always tell the ones who have not read it, because once you read the documents, it's a paradigm shift. All of the questions you have are within those documents. So, you can always tell when they come on and they say, I've done this and that, and going, we read all those documents. We all know, us here in this Congress, what those documents say, and you're asking these questions. So I want to encourage to read those documents. You'd be so glad you did. It's freeing, because you really begin to understand who you are in the land and who they are. They have no authority. And then it gives you all those documents give you a guide. You don't have to make it up. The verbiage is there. We can alter it to if we need to to personalize things, but it's all there. All the questions. I yield. Islam.
Yes. And we're not criticizing, and we're all aware of this. This is for those who are listening. We don't criticize the questions, but we can hear. We can hear, because at one point we were asking those same questions. Then we had to go ahead and do the study and find and get the answers and be the answer to the question, to those questions. I like to hear the questions, and I do remember when I first started asking questions. Started dialogue or having conversations with my teachers. Uh, that was one of the first things that the great Chief Taj asked. He said, "Do you have any questions?" Because he wanted to know how much of what I was saying I actually, whether I really knew what I was talking about. And at the time that he asked that question, I said, "I don't have any questions now, but I know that as I go through the process, that some questions will come up, and when they do, I'll ask." Because that's how I felt at the time. I thought, I'm saying what I know now. I know I'm going to learn a lot more, so let me just keep listening, and then the questions will come. But as it turns out, the answers came. I asked the ancestors the questions, and they said, "Okay, she wants to know this, so put her here, or cause this to happen, or let's do this and let's do that," and show her the answer. And that's how our ancestors do to us. If we have questions, they know how to get the answer. So now I'm learning to ask the question and be specific about how I will the answer to come. It doesn't have to come through through a heavy big old test. I can hear, and then I listen. It doesn't have to come through
Islam.
Islam.
So this weekend, this last weekend, Pastor Reed talked about the nom de guerre. He talked about, he made a connection for me that I had never had. I had listened to the pieces that taught about how they took your birth name and made it into business. But he made other connections that I had never thought about. I had read it. I had read it more than once. I had thought about it. I had sat with 2 other women and talked about it. And I still didn't get the connections that he made. So I found that what he talked about this last Friday really gave me a rounded picture that I'd never had before. And it's not because I didn't read it or I didn't feel like I did understand it. I thought I did understand it, but I didn't understand it in that depth. Thank you for hearing me.
Islam, yes, that was another beautiful presentment by the great Chief Taj and Empress Dr. Naila Gilliam L. He said some powerful things, and I wrote some of the things down and left them upstairs, but yes, he was talking about that. He also made some mention of about the difference between making things public and keeping things private, and things of that nature. That's important because it's flipping, it's switching for us, and those are my words. Public and private is switching for us because we thought everything in the previous era was private when really it was public. And the stuff that we thought was public was actually private. We thought that the money, that the fiat, we thought that was public money, that everybody can use it. No, it was private. So somebody was claiming us as private property. But we thought everything was for the public. And so with that switch happening in our understanding, now we know that we can put things where we will for things to be. A perfected claim. Are we missing anything thus far in the perfected claim? This is number 2. So first, nationality, always on the public record. A universal commercial code 1 lien on the nom de guerre war name and the SSN, which they were calling the social security number, which it did not secure anything. In fact, it made everything belong to the dead. That's why we have to slap the lien on that thing so that the actors stop acting This is a move for peace. Nationality is about peace on earth.
Islam.
Islam.
As I was thinking, but one thing that number did, it ensured their private commercial papers, because because when you realize what I just realized and what was said on Friday, private commercial papers, and what you just said about the paperwork and those things, it wasn't for the public. Those documents, that's why they would always say, oh, if you ask for certain paperwork, oh, you can't have that. You got to request it. You got to go through this. You got to go through that. Jump through this hoop, that hoop, this hoop, that hoop. And then at the end of it all, they say, oh, you can't get that. Because it wasn't public. Right?
Wow.
You know?
Yes.
All of those things, you know? And then even with the fiat, that wasn't public either, because if it was public, there would have been no such thing as poor people, homeless people, people who were hungry, people who didn't have anything, you know, in the enactment. There would have been none of that, because everybody would have had it, because it would have been public, you know, and the paper would have been flowing freely for all to have. But because it was private for their own dealings and things, you know, the fat cats, as it's called, so-called, would have it for their own enjoyment, for their own fraudulent purposes and such.
Yes.
It's just glad we're over that Islam.
Yes. You know, I find it interesting that those who quote unquote bought homes in the previous era, who don't even, first of all, they don't have the title to it or anything. It's interesting that some of them feel like they're trapped in it, and trapped for them just means that they can't afford the contract.
Yeah, they're underwater.
They're underwater. But then others are being, well, and I can't even say others are being evicted, because if you can't afford it, you're going to be, if you can't afford the fiat, which no one can really, you can't stay in it anyway. And there are some who can, quote, who have the fiat to pay, but there are other things and reasons why they cannot stay in the domicile. And a lot of times, and this is what we're seeing across the board for the most part, is that those who have not properly proclaimed who they are, but they can, quote unquote, afford to stay in those domiciles because they pay fiat, they're becoming so dissatisfied with the raising of the rates, because it's causing things to go. A mortgage that was 2,000 Federal Reserve debt notes, if the interest rate goes up by 6 or 7%, then that 2,000 becomes 20, 23, 24, 25. It starts to go up, and they become dissatisfied with having to pay that. And when they become dissatisfied, they start looking for a way out of paying that much of a mortgage. Whereas with those who proclaim properly, the mortgage will just fall away. It has to fall away simply by virtue of these types of notices. This notice right here, this causes any claims to fall away. No claims can stand.
Islam,
Empress.
As you state, really the fiat is, and as Grand Sheik stated on Friday, and has stated many, many times, the fiat is attached to a fiat system that is finished, is no more. So they had no standing even before. So now the fiat system, there's no infrastructure, there's no frame, there's no nothing. So it all is gone. And while the illusion may stand up, as you know, for reasons, as you state, people who can find the fiat and they're not quite disillusioned yet, but the actual system upon which it all was built is over.
It's finished.
So it's just a matter of time now, is it not? I mean, it's really, this is like a 9/11, really and truly. No, but seriously, because 9/11 was an inside job. This is a system that is being imploded. Yeah. It may not appear that way, but we know, but that's really what's going on.
Yeah.
By our word.
Yeah. Yeah. See, it was Babylonian in the first place.
Exactly. So it's over.
Yeah. But see, some Islamic.
I've been debating whether to share this or not. But I've been in the markets for a long time, so I'm in this habit of listening to, how supposedly that system works. So I've been really paying attention to, because we've all been really working to overcome this domicile, to be able to attain our domicile. So what they're reporting, the pundits, is that there are about 50 million vacant units, and it's so bad that they're paying some people to stay in their homes. So, and I won't go into the technology of that. And then they're doing other strange so-called financing with debt to buy big swaths of homes and build. So they're doing some really strange made-up things in order to appear that this system is still alive. So Empress Shasha is right on. This thing is gone. It's dead. We're just waiting for, whatever it is, that's going to pull that linchpin, because there's nothing left. I yield. Islam,
the linchpin is a perfected claim. The linchpin is a perfected claim. The linchpin is a perfected claim. No one will fight you, will fight us. No one will fight, no one will war, no one will rebut. It's going to be piece of cake. A perfected claim cannot be rebutted. This Congress just had to agree on what is a perfected claim from start to finish. A perfected claim. No one's going to fight. No one's going to argue. No one's going to, they're going to move right on out the way like they're doing. Do you know what this is also saying when they say that they don't have any statutory authority to do anything? That means that any other licenses that were issued, a license to build a home, a license to occupy a home, a license to be the contractor, a contracting license, and all of that stuff, all of that.
Islam, yes, for real estate, the licensing to do business in any capacity, license to be a lawyer, a license to be an attorney, a license to be, a sheriff, a license to be a police officer, a license to be an adjuster, a license to be a tax advisor, a license to be a teacher, anything that they gave a certificate of any kind, because at the end of the day, they were just acting a certificate, because they won't. But even still, that whole system, even for the universities acting as universities and colleges acting as colleges, so on and so forth, those two, because the state of this is one that was acting that capacity to give the fraud or the illusion, rather, that they could do that. So they don't have any capacity. So none of it. No. So when you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, you're like, okay, so your licenses is all revoked. So who erudited you, or what erudition do you have according to this license that you don't have any?
There it is. Therein lies the truth. Therein stands the truth. So but we got to remember too, Morris, that we're talking about a perfected claim here. When we have a perfected claim, all others will not do that. They won't pretend to have a perfected claim. This is the proof of that. So now we have 1 and 2, Universal Commercial Code 1 lien on the non-redeemable
shit don't work.
and
It don't work.
Oh, they're delusional. They're becoming more and more delusional every day. Number 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, a trust proclamation. Now, let me, or please allow me to show that when you do a trust proclamation with us, and when I say with us, with the original people, with the original living people, when we all do come in trust together, then all it takes is for someone to say, I am in trust with my people, with the Moors. That's what it means. Is we're all in trust with one another. That means we trust each other to do business with each other and be honorable. We trust each other to share information, to do things together, whatever the case may be. So a one-page trust proclamation. The trust proclamation does not say what's in your trust. It just says that you are in trust or you have trust with your nation. Okay? And then what we did, now that would be a lawful affidavit. And then what we did on the legal side was a 1041T was a 1041T and a 1041 affidavit. These are affidavits, not forms, they're affidavits. And you can see those in previous Congresses where we showed you the actual documents and what we placed on the public record to our internal revenue, and that's going to bring the manifestation of the funds and the money into fruition, into manifestation. So for every lawful action that we've done, we have a legal action that we've done. Legal is the system, lawful is the whole earth and the heavens. And then there's the spirit realm. So we do things in threes. We do them in the spirit realm first. Just like when we proclaimed our nationality, we said it in our heart before we ever signed a document. We said, I know who I am. I know who I am. I'm hearing the word and I know who I am. Now let me manifest that in writing. And once it's written, then the legal system can pick up what you've written and say, okay, yes, this door is open, this door is open, this door is open. A termination of all U.S. debt contracts. It's just a statement that says, I have no contracts with debt and death. Then you start working your way out of those contracts, because it's not a overnight process. We've worked our way out. The way will be a lot quicker for others because of the work that this Congress has done, because we're presenting all of it to you right now. And we love that.
Now you know
it all.
Never
Okay,
gonna work.
so and then a lien on all U.S. corpses. Wait a minute. Let me clear this up. A lien on the U.S. corporation company. Put a lien on that one so that you know who the real States United is. Because this is where this lien and the lien on the nom de guerre war name and the Social Security, this is the specific legal lien on the nom de guerre war name, or specific lien, not legal but lawful lien. And then this lien is going to cover everything that was pretending to be a government. So it's general, and then we get specific, because all law is specific also. Then, as a matter of a perfected claim, the fiduciary affidavit. Now, again, this is from the government perspective, the top down, because before you can start using the system that Unniversalle has introduced to us, these things have to be, you have to even understand and overstand these documents. Am I right, Unniversalle? That
Islam.
Because you have to have something to even put in the system, right? Because the documents that are in the system, we write them.
Islam, Empress. So this was in my mind all strong. Like I was working this part through, thinking about this part of the presentment. It made me just begin to review again what I had presented, and I thought, put more details in place. I think that those who will to go have been here all the time. You know, we're Moors, and our commitment and our dedication has already been proven. We're in it. And so it has been how to connect our intention to the manifestation of our claim, right? So I thought, put more details in place about what the actual processes are that we are using and we're applying here. You know, I talked to the Grand Matriarch, and she said to me, what is the law that we're standing on? The Grand Sheik again said this past strong again, just state the law. You know, let's not talk about all the different moving parts. Let's just state the law that we're standing on. And I think that's very key. But for me, I thought about, you know, if you're Moor and we're on the land and we know who we are, but you're not really interested in doing 10,000 stacks of paper and command the whole banking system.
Yeah,
but
yes.
Right? You just will to, you know, do your accounts, your account books, and, you know, let's say open an Amazon account so that you can, you know, have things delivered when you will it to be delivered, right? There ain't no simple things at that level. It made me realize that there was very specific processes that were key for you to command your own commercial system, for you to command your books. And so that is the focus I put into the presentment I have for us today. Just reviewing most of what we have already gone over. I just put more details in place, but also to speak about, you know, what remittances are in terms of what allocation is as it aligns to our perfected claim. Right? Islam.
Yes. Well, let me hurry up and get out of the way. You know, you and I we should probably just take a day.
Yeah, I know. We need to touch base, indeed.
Because this is actually, but if you think about, and this is for everyone, if you think about in the previous system, we went through 12 years of education, and I got air quotes on that, education, just to know how to get out and get a job.
Yes, Mom.
So, because when as I was thinking Unniversalle, you and I were thinking the exact same thing this week.
Yes.
About how to present the information and make it so that, what do we do about those who don't want to do as much work as we've done? Let's just put it that way, because that's really the truth of the matter. The ancestors said that they said to me that we are to take a top-down, from our perspective of creating the actual system, do that, and then all they'll have to do is an affidavit, a few affidavits, and they can do the basics.
Okay.
And then if they want to access more, then they'll learn more, and they'll pursue more knowledge, and they'll pursue more wisdom about the system that allows them access to those things. Islam,
Empress. So when I look, I think I affirm you have already presented us what we need. The truth is, we already have everything we need at this point, right? So I identified 3 processes, and I affirm, let the Congress confirm this for me. 3 processes that for us to grant to us function of the function, because I look from
gain of function is the term.
Gain of function, yes.
Gain of function that moves us from, we've put the system in place, now let's use it.
Right. And the 3 that I came up with are, and here, let me look to my notes here at this time.
Let me get my pen.
And if it is well, may I upload the affidavit I created for us to review, and we could follow along together so that they're visually easy for us to discuss. Okay, so you're
totally thinking the same way. I'm gonna send the presenter piece to you, Empress. Oh, we were thinking the same thing. Is how do we? Let's take it. Let's run with this.
Yep.
How do we make it so that?
So here's the affidavit, and I'll send you the link for the folder I put it in as well. Okay, so just give me one moment here.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Ooh, Empress, we were thinking the same thing this week. Look at this document.
And may it be a working affidavit? I would love to review it and add to it and refine it for our use, because when I first came to the Congress with the accounts, it was like, so I need some help to see how to make this clearer. So that's still going on for me. It was like I have a working model at this time, right? But allow us to refine it based on our knowledge and our experience and our wisdom, right? So I affirm. So at the beginning, I just summarized what we had already. Again, just once more. I heard the redundancy affirmation. I was like, okay, so let's say it again. Let's do this until it sits easily with us and everyone is clear about what we are, at what rights we're exercising here at this time, right? What law we're exercising. So I'm going to quickly go through this. Please, affirm or add in any thoughts so I could add to it. So a summary of the appropriations process, the perfected claim. So what are we standing on in law for each part of the claim process? Each title, header title for our records. And so the first one is the cause for action serial number, and it is our number for the nationalized corporation, office, or person. the employer identification number is the account number, but our cause for action number is almost the routing or access number for the account. And I was sensing that out because when I did research, it is like the number that is the overarching, the umbrella number for everything, which would be our cause for action number. In alignment with the idea of the docking number or the court number, it's an alphanumeric number, and the purpose of the docket number would be identification in many cases of all parties in the cause for action. It is a tracking number that allows the court and the subjects to keep track of to be able to track the actions that are going with his cause for action. So over time, if this is the account number for, I don't know, let's say Sobeys as a supermarket chain, let's say, or supermarket, let's say then that this tracking number I would use, the cause for action number I would use repeatedly for every affidavit that I would send out to them, right?
Yes.
And then it's the organization of all the affidavits together. So our cause for action number is a very powerful number for the whole overview of what our accounts are and what these nationalized resources are that we are doing through the appropriations process, right?
Yes.
So
ultimately, too, Empress, in alignment with that, because I'm looking at it from the end, from the individual or the people's view, is that there are many, or there are going to be multiple Moors who have claims against the court Sobeys. Let's use that as an example. We'll be able to pull all of that in together under that number as our courts are awarding, and again, the courts award the Moors what is due them, because they're the court, but there are some Moors who don't want to do court actions. They don't love them as much as I do, yes. Or you do, or So, but we'll be able to pull them into the system and give that award based on that number that you're talking about right there. So there's something in this information that all of us should be paying close attention to this information, because it's going to be the basis for award.
Yes, I have heard. Yes, and entitlements. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And so we will go on to the next title, which is the invoice of Universal Commercial Code lien. And there here on this column, I listed the points of law that is affirmed by our Commercial Code lien and the law. And so these affidavits do satisfy all recordation duties for 31 United States Code 1501, documentary evidence requirement for government entitlements. 12 United States Code 95A, Part B2, regulation of transactions in foreign exchange of gold and silver, property transfers, vested interests, enforcement and penalties. 3, the Constitution for the United States, 1789, Article 1, Section 9, money shall be paid in alignment with national appropriations made by law. Internal revenue, number 4, internal revenue format 1023. This was from another affidavit I had put together this week, where it was recognition for exemption according to the United States Internal Revenue Code, Section 501c3. But this directly relates to what we will be doing as we go on to the remittance sheet, because in effect every deduction is in 3 parts, in fact. And so I was giving some thought to that, and you'll see it a little bit lower down as we go through this affidavit. And then Public Law 7310, Chapter 31, Appropriations for the Treasury and Post Office Ministries. So this is the affidavit grants the access in our records to the Treasury appropriations by law as stated by the Constitution. And so the allocation record is in red and the remittance record is in blue. And just as a reminder, I'm just going to show us one just so we're clear, for example, what these affidavits look like. I'm just going to pull up one. Okay. Hold on, just one moment. It's coming up. See if I can make it bigger. Oh. And it's kind of small. Hold on here. And so this is the allocation record. So there's 2 invoices that go with every line item for us on our ledger. These are the 2 invoices. This is the allocation record, and the second is the remittance record. So we are basically saying, I'm granting myself these resources, and I've created an allocation record to state that, and then I have received these resources, and this is the remittance record. So every line item in our account book has these 2 affidavits. These are the points of law which says that we have documentary evidence that the law states that these resources are be allocated from the Treasury for.
Can you make that bigger, Empress, so we can see it a little bit clearer? If you can maybe.
Yes, indeed.
A little bit here.
Islam. I have a question regarding this. Is beautiful. Everything is beautiful, as you know. And this is a question where you state performance. For some reason, and I know you've broken it up, I keep hearing we don't perform, we perfect. So I'm just, if you can clarify for me, I mean, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I understand it on a ground level, but my head isn't quite, just from the language. That's the only piece. I keep hearing perfect as opposed to perform, but I'm, you're the authority on this piece. So if you could give me clarification. And the Congress, if others.
Yes, I affirm. This was integrating the Congress records about what a remittance was. When we had a Congress looking at wire transfers, and it was a discussion about how remittances work. In fact, our banking system is circular. Everything that we, quote unquote, pay out really is a deduction for us to receive it many times returned to us.
Correct.
And for that allocation to be granted, we need to write law that says that it is allocated in this way. And our affidavits are the law that states that our resources are allocated for our use in our favor.
Correct. Yes, I comprehend that. It's really the one word.
Okay.
It's really just, and it's only because I keep hearing we don't perform, we perfect. Because I keep hearing in terms of, performance, acting, those.
Yes.
So it's just, it's a vibration and a frequency. So
May I interject?
Yes, please.
So we have stated in the past, and Shasha, your understanding and overstanding of that is correct. We're not actors. We don't perform. We perfect, and we perfect our rights. All of our rights are perfected by us, and all of that. The documents can perform. The documents can perform, but we don't. That's the difference.
Okay, so this is okay. It's really speaking to the document, the system, and so that was the piece I had to come into balance because it wasn't. So thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Empress Anna-Jel, also for. Yes. That was just the piece, and it that's just the way my temple works. It just created a little dissonance, but there it was. I needed clarity, and I thank you.
I appreciate that, Empress, because that's why I thought it should be automated. Because I thought, if you put this in, shouldn't the system generate all these automatically? Isn't that the performance that occurs as soon as I put in, this is the cause for action number, right? And therefore, in this bracket of information, or within this field of information I've created, now this is a voucher, and it automatically generates the voucher whole process. So I kept on saying that, since I've already done the appropriation, isn't all remittances supposed to be automated? You get what I mean? Like, and reoccurring. Like if I said, for the next 3-month period, this was supposed to be allocated, every 2 weeks. Shouldn't that automatically just happen? You know what I mean? So that's how I've been thinking about this. Should just be self-perpetuating, you know what I mean, in the sense of how systems work. It should be a cycle that once you put in the program code, then it just generates what it knows to generate each time. So, and that would be the...
That was...
Islam.
Oh, I apologize.
Islam.
Islam. That was the purpose for us assigning the title of trustee to the system that we created, is so that happens the way that you and we have all agreed that it happens. So it will happen that way.
Islam.
Yeah.
If I may, I will continue because this was just the review of the previous presentment. So this was the second header, which was the invoice of Universal Commercial Code lien. As we go down again, the next would be the debtor. And debtor shall be assigned a name and capita minutio minima, first letter capitalized and the rest lowercase. By removing the capitalization, we have nationalized the resource. And proper identification of all parties as stated in the cause for action. And so these titles in our spreadsheet are all in alignment with the first one, which is the cause for action serial number, right? So this particular point connects to these as well, right? Then we have the Atlant onshore location, same proper identification, includes the location as stated in the cause for action. And the United States Post Office number, so each postmaster action is confirmation of the Article 3 court judgments, commands, justice received, and for example, United States Post Office certified receipt tracking number of acceptance. And this again is another account number for us as well. The lien.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Islam.
I was just going to say earlier, you mentioned 2 documents, and you said these 2 documents are the 2 that should start everything off. Did I miss what those 2 documents were?
Yes, they are these 2 here, which is our invoice of Universal Commercial Code lien.
Okay.
Right? And so this is the allocation record and the remittance record. If every line that we have in our spreadsheet has an allocation and a remittance record. Every single one. And that is in the sheets for the appropriation, and it is again in the sheets for the remittance as well. To go on further, we have the lien remittance amount. The amount specified as stated in the collateral section of our written initial universal commercial code 1 financing statement. And I stated this here because I've spoken to some mooers and they weren't clear about what the lien amount was and where that information was generated. So, you know, I will to state it here so it was clear. Another was the employer identification number. So this account number is claimed on our lien and levy and used as identification on the bond. Debtors are assigned this account number by the Internal Revenue Treasury for Commerce. Parent corporations record their annual reports via this number with the United States Securities Exchange Commission, previously in the previous enactment, the Security Exchange Commission. So those are 3 points of view about how and where the employer identification number is and how it's generated, right? And then I made reference to our affidavit, read the 40 affidavits, the moorishe government IRS codes notification, and the Securities and Exchange Exemption Form D affidavit, right? Those are 2 excellent sources to know the law that we stand on as we are nationalizing the resource of the number and using it as the account number for this nationalized resource, which that we're creating on our accounts. Islam. So
Islam.
I will continue. And then we move into where the Article 3 calls for action files are put into our Google Sheets. And so the first affidavit, you know, step-by-step affidavit was showing the steps of how to do that. This is showing how it fits into, you know, the process of the perfected claim, right? So these are linked files of our Article 3, United States Internal Revenue, consular court actions, and treasury actions, because we are the court and we are the treasury and the Internal Revenue and our office as well. So. Yes. All right, and then the next 2 would be the Internal Revenue Levy and our General Service Bond. Now, I made a note here where our General Service Bonds and our United States deeds, perfect, clear, allodial titles would be personal, in our sheets, because really those are trust, those are our personal trust affidavits, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And instruments, so to speak, right? So those would be personal as well, right? And so Islam,
a quick question. The deed. Now, when we nationalize, do the lien, levy, and the bond, do we not do a deed that goes out on, that's public as opposed to the allodial title? That's a question, because
yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, so are you? So yeah, that's a question, because I want to be clear that you Empress Anajo was putting that under the private, but yes, they're separate now.
They're separate now.
Yeah. yield.
I affirm that. I wasn't as clear about that, so I appreciate that. So I will separate those two and put them as two new headers, on our spreadsheet, where one is personal and the other would be public.
Wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And then we continue here, and then the chronos of the lien, stated in ancient English in Roman numerals. So that was what we had done before. that was just a summary there, right? And I appreciate the clarity of it. And so this was the new what we will to speak to on this day. So the cause for action serial number has now changed a bit. At this point, the cause for action number is evidence, proof, and justice, stating that the account is solvent and under sovereign authority for the creditor acquisitions by law to the extent specified by our command, right? Because we've just now done the appropriation, and now we are allocating resources in relation to the cause for action number and to the nationalized resource, right? And then we're here looking at the allocation and remittance invoices. Again, they're the same: red allocation invoice and blue remittance invoice. But at this point, we're now looking at we assign, allot, distribute, and access our estate, stating the Fifth Amendment law based on our identity. As more as we stand on 2 points of law, more than 2 points of law, but at this point, for this particular demonstration, 2 points of law of our jurisdiction in rebuttal of the presumption of debt, proper persona and surgeris, our identity equaling our nationality, and our venue, the Moroccan Empire. And so this is what I was thinking about, was that a Moor who, let's say a Moor sees that they could make their account books and begins, and then say, why isn't it functioning? Why isn't it working for me? Why isn't the system responding to my commands? And I had some suggestions about processes that would rebut the presumption that they were a debtor, okay? Because that is, a lot of what we clear out of the way, as we go through. So a perfected claim on our enligas. So the 40 affidavits do what it needs to be done in total, but because we just outlined what the perfected claim was, then you would do the lien, levy, and bond, and not a deed and a allodial title per se, but your clear white affidavit, birth affidavit, would be the equivalent of an allodial title per se. You know what I mean? So there's in the 40 affidavits definition about how you claim yourself fully in with your affidavits, and that's how I have proceeded to go through with that.
So what are you saying, that instead of creating a living birth affidavit, you just use your nationality as that? Your nationality proclamation as that?
No, I created the living birth white birth affidavit, and then I created a certificate as well. So I was following the legal and lawful, so I did both, right? So
that is suggested, highly suggested. Yes.
Right. So our perfected claim on our legas, the 40 affidavits, but then what was really effective for me was going through the process of the Secretary Kings County Superior Court process that Empress Liza had presented to us. That was really effective as I moved through, because when I went and spoke to the actors and the subjects, that was cleared away that I was not a debtor, I was an heiress. so that this process was very it was a great assistance and in the process for me. And so that is a suggested process, I would say, to more that is wanting to do, not too much, but just the right amount that is effective for them to claim their identity and state their nationality and place it on the public record effectively. So that was my suggestion. So that was one. And then the second one, in terms of venue, was in alignment with the Unniversalle, was the United States Social Security Administration Corporation Office and your Social Security number as well. Those two I felt worked well together because it's a claim to the name as in connotatively, and then the number as well, and both of those are used as we move forward into our commerce, doing our commerce. So those are my suggestions. And then looking at the Zodiac Constitution Library of Congress process, which is the 6 affidavits stated, and doing the proof of service about that has been received and clearly stated, because we are also the Congress, and the claim for our accounts is that we are the Congress, we are the Treasury administering to our ministries. And so as the Congress of that statement, this process, the Zodiac Constitution Library of Congress process was about that. And I put it to the Congress, if you think of that as processes that would assist a more who's willing just to do some, but to activate their accounts as well.
I would affirm that is something that they can do that will simplify things for them, as well as give them basic access to their estate. And that is what we have to emphasize. We have to emphasize that those who take abbreviated, not abbreviated, but maybe shortened or basic access of their estate, they will be given basic access to the estate.
Mm-hmm.
As long as we make that clear, because we have to give full disclosure. In other words, they won't be able to do the things that we do in terms of the back end of the system, but they'll have access to live a very comfortable life.
Yes,
to be very comfortable, and to know that their comfort comes from the fact that they are heirs to the land.
So I'm open to suggestions around this, Congress, because I claimed many offices in this in this journey, but these were the ones that I pulled out, and I said, when I claimed this one, it was a connective tissue to all the other processes. So I felt like they would make the difference to a more who does not will to do so many affidavits, but is still willing to do the processes that will be effective in their claim of their estate, so that they can govern their estate, so that they can do their account books, and they could have their remittances. So this is the question. It was about access, but then it's about function, gain of function. Then it functions because we say, proper personas in place, and sur juris, the venue, I'm the land. Now, keep in mind, I thought the venue needed a whole lot more. I had 5 more things on my list, but then I thought about it, And I said, but if this one was in place, the presumption that they are in a two-letter state would be removed, that they weren't on the land would be removed, and we're rebutting that. It's the rebuttal of the presumption of that we are moving past so smoothly and easily at this time, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's what's happening. They're quiet. They've bowed out. They know that it's done. And because we're moving past that, I affirm that we've opened the way for other Moors to step through that this way as well.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then the last thought was that.
Oh, go ahead.
And then the last thought was, in our perfected claim, all offices that we will to notify, we should claim as well. So I will to say that to Moors that are just beginning to claim offices, is that if you feel that they should know about your nationality and your status, then you should claim that office. I'm going to say it to you. That don't sidestep it. You know what I mean? That is your office, because they need to know about your status. So, follow through.
Yeah.
Right? Islam.
As I listen to you and even your previous question, and I think of I look at the venue, which is our empire, and then what you just stated about various offices. Now, excuse me, I recognize, and we all recognize, they have capitulated, moved out of the way, but I think of that whole, and I think you're covering it right now, actually, because I think about the police, and that they are certainly our offices that the subjects need to be notified. And so within the venue, even though that's not specific for accessing resources, I don't, in my being, it feels, and maybe that's a personal thing, but that, there are certain offices that of our offices, subjects in our offices that must be, but again, these are suggestions because we are all sovereign. So I think in your last statement, you're answering without even knowing I had the question, but that piece, because it sounds to me that that's where you're going with that, with your statement of, if you feel that it's an office that needs to be notified, then notify. In my being, I certainly feel, and there are many, I think probably like you, I leaned a whole heap of offices which needed to be, from the first step that set me on, or after recognizing who I was. But so that was just my piece. I feel that, yes, there are some of our subjects in our offices that it's a necessity, but again, we are sovereign. I yield.
Yes, ma'am. I affirm that each Moor is a noble, and they know. so in that, we are all in accordance. You know what I mean? We're in unity on this energy. So I affirm that each Moor will demonstrate their status as they will to demonstrate their status and their jurisdiction. And my view of it has been how to be the arch, how to be the connective bridge between, you know, the enactment of the previous era and the Moors who are standing now, exercising their rights, you know, as a surety on the land. As you said, to put gold back in everyone's hands, because we haven't had it for generations. So then I was like, so how do we do that? And we have to just look at the two most basic, and it is basic, most basic, you know, points that we're dealing with right now, which is about identity. When I state I'm in proper persona, I don't hear any noise from them. They have no interest about it. But as soon as I say venue, all of a sudden I'm hearing a lot of racket. And what calmed it down was the United States Social Security Administration Corporation Office. That closed that conversation down, because that's where, you know, we're in their, you know, enactment of a pocketbook where they feel that they're trading my name. So that closed them off. And so I will for Moors to have this information so that they could, you know, use it in their favor, right? Islam.
Islam, and I think that that particular, I absolutely affirm, and that particular one would come into play anyway with the SSN, as it were, or TRN, depending on where we are, and the birth certificate. That really even goes back to that foundational, the first nail, the first and the last nail in the coffin, really. So I hear you, I hear you, I affirm. I mean, what I'm hearing, I suppose, let me, I don't even see it as separate, because it's part and parcel of the foundational perfected claim. I think, you know, you're highlighting it definitely, and it has to be in there, but it's and I think this is repeating it for emphasis, because it's really already there from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning. From the beginning.
Islam, I yield.
If I may interject here as well, going back to what you were stating about simplifying things for Moors who don't want to do a whole lot of different affidavits. That was a question that I asked the ancestors when we first started going into all of the myriad of things that we've done so far. Is I asked them, how do I simplify this, because people are going to complain about having so much to do. That was my question years ago to the ancestors, and you know what they said? They said, don't stop for anyone. Go forward and do everything that we show you. Put it out there and do it. And then the Spirit will give each one which pieces and parts to take to be as effective as they can along the way. But we had to provide enough information for them to be able to cherry pick from. So they didn't even say slow down or you know, every now and then they would say simplify this part or simplify that part, because it could be simpler. But overall, they said just keep going, keep putting all the information out there. And as each sovereign taps into the spirit realm to gain access to their estate, the pieces that they need will come to them, because we will have all put them out there for them to choose from. Islam, instead of paring down what we're putting out, because this is a lot of information, but it's necessary to have it when you're talking about programming a system. And then those who will, when it's time for them to access, when they get to that bridge, the information and the bridge will be there. And that was just what they told us. They may not tell others that same thing, but we just wanted to share that part. Islam.
Islam. I just want to confirm that I'm going through it. I'm experiencing it. And they come right on time, you know. So it's just a matter of us being patient, you know what I'm saying, being diligent, and everything is going to unfold. And it's so beautiful. I love Congress's energy. I'm grateful for y'all. Oh my goodness. It's a very exciting time.
It is.
Islam. So if I may, I will go on to the next point, which is about the difference of the previous era accounts and how our accounts as creditors work. So in the previous era, we had the accounts were only two parts. They're binary, right? So there was a debt as a minus, and then there was a credit. So what we have done has moved ourselves out from the debt side of the accounts by canceling the debt. And that is the process of the Travel and Transportation Ministry. And put it as a credit, right? So it goes from minus $10 to plus $10, right? But because we're creditors, every time we will to and here it is, you know, quantitatively, pay, in air quotes, pay $10 for something, we are going to receive 13 times that amount. Because if we have 13 ministries, we are going to deduct it 13 times every time we pay out that $10 as credits. And so that is the beginning of knowing how our allocation and remittance system works. It's circular. So let's say I want to, let's say I've lien levied and bonded, done a perfected claim on Walmart, for example. Now, I will to have a credit with Walmart of, let's say, $100 a month. Let's just, you know, put it that way for the year. So I am going to write an instrument as the head of Walmart to myself for that amount. Okay? And then, so I've written the instrument, and then I'm going to remit it 13 times. So whatever the amount of the instrument is, I'm now going to times it by 13 because I have 13 ministries. The Congress has stated that we have 13 ministries that are ministries on the land as our public works, as our government works, as our national trade ministries, right? And so whatever the amount is that I am paying to, basically paying to myself, that I'm granting to myself, I'm allocating to myself, is going to be deducted and returned to me 13 times over. And that is the beginning of knowing how remittances are going to be issued out. And they will be issued out for each one of our ministries and any other allocations and entitlements that we will to state is for the land, you know, and for the heirs on the land and for the subjects on the land as well. So this is just a brief, you know, visual of what this looks like. For us, there's more. We are removing the debt column and putting in many more remittances columns, as many as we will to on our account books, to reflect the amount of public works that we will to allocate and remit, for the land, for our works. And so this is, I will to bring this visual so that we could start seeing that the debt system does not function the same way as the credit system, right? This phone. And so that brings up, I went to Black Law's dictionary to look up function. And that gave some excellent definition to what we will be moving forward in our acquisitions and deductions. So function is derived from Latin functus and past participle of the verb fungor, which means to perform, execute, and administer. The nature and proper action of anything, activity appropriate for any business or profession. And that gave me the clear thought that we are the sovereign merchant, right? And herein is a statement of our commercial fact. That's one. The second is office, duty, fulfillment of a definite end or set of ends by the correct adjustment of means. The occupation of an office by the performance of its duties, the officer is said to fulfill their function. And so when we speak about offices, we're speaking about the nationalized resources that we have claimed through the perfected claim, or the line in our spreadsheet that has to do with appropriations. So every corporation that we have appropriated or taken is now an office and a ministry, and is part of our ministries, is resources that we could use in our ministries, okay? And that is a statement of our national ministries, right? So that is another part of the function. And then the other was the proper activities or duties of municipality. And that is a statement about us being the state and the federal government. And for me, how I understand it is a statement of our express trust, because we're in trust together. As the Moorish National Republic federal government, we are the state, we are the land, and we are in trust together. So all that is one energy. And so as we take charge of the accounts, the Congress, Treasury records, and accounts, we are in trifecta. We're perfected this, and are all of these at the same time as we exercise these perfected rights, these perfected processes here. And so this is what the remittance energy is that this is the function. We have appropriated the resources, and now we're to allocate and remit resources through these national resources. And all of them are to be are for deduction. We are to do deductions on all of them as we move forward. So I will put this to the Congress to affirm that this is, the energy of what the accounts are, and what is the commercial actions that we will be taking as the government, basically, as the government, Islam.
Islam, well, for the record, the ancestors are speaking loud over here because the sirens are going off. Islam.
Islam. Empress, can you summarize what you just explained to us in detail? Can you summarize it in bullet points? The two documents, the two documents, and then using and I'm attempting to do it myself based on what I've heard. And then each of the categories that are across the top of the spreadsheet, you're explaining by this document what completes the presentment of that title. In other words, in order to say that we have fulfilled what the title says we should fulfill, for example, if it says that a court action number should be there, then we should have a court action number and it should look like this. So for each one of these on this sheet, each one of the titles that goes across our spreadsheet, what you stated today is the law that says that those things are necessary, and then what each, and a description of each one of those. Is that correct? Is that correct?
And yet everybody keeps ending up in jail.
Of what you've done today.
Yes. Okay. So let me go back a step. So the piece of law that helped me clarify what I stated here was the Public Law 7310. This was an excellent, I don't know if you recall, I remember in Congress when I first read it, I was like, oh, this is such a wonderful piece of law. It is a wonderful piece of law. Let me see if I could locate it for us.
Yes.
Okay. So this is Public Law 73, Chapter 132, making appropriations for Treasury and Post Office departments for the fiscal year ending, this is an incumbent year, so it's 1954, June 30th, and all other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America, Congress, and assembled. Title I, Treasury Department. That the following sums are appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated for the Treasury Department for the fiscal year, namely. And then it says Office of the Secretary. Secretary salaries and expenses. For necessary expenses in the Office of Secretary, including the operation and maintenance of the Treasury building and annex thereof, the purchase of uniforms for elevator operators, and then it was a sum placed there. And then it was Bureau of Accounts, salaries and expenses. For necessary expenses of the Bureau of Accounts, a sum that Federal Reserve banks and branches may be reimbursed for necessary expenses incident to the deposit of taxes in government depositories. And basically this affidavit goes, or this piece of law, this enactment, goes through stating where you can allocate resources for all aspects of your public works. And it was not just the expenses that would be incurred for operation and maintenance, it was also salaries for, the people who would be working in those ministries, okay? And then it spoke about administering the public debt. For necessary expenses connected with any public debt or currency issues of the United States, to be expended as the Secretary of Treasury may direct, and the Secretary to authorize to accept services without compensation, right? Provided that Federal Reserve banks and branches may be reimbursed for expenditures as fiscal agents of the United States on account of public debt transactions for the account of the Secretary of Treasury. Provide further that the indefinite appropriation provided by Section 10 of the Second Liberty Bond Act as amended, 31 United States Code 760, shall not be available for obligation during the current fiscal year. So, if I could paraphrase, what this is saying is that because the corporations that we are nationalizing were bankrupt, and we have issued resources, gold, surety, to take them out of bankruptcy, now we know exactly how much the bond that we have placed on to bring them out of bankruptcy available for all services and goods, all procurement for that now nationalized resource to do as obligation of that previous debt. So let's say, and for me, I was very clear that how it works here in our territory. For example, I did a demonstration where I went to a food supplier and put gold on the table, and they didn't know what to do with it. It's not that they weren't willing to respond, but they didn't know how to do that kind of exchange. They didn't get it. And it stated to me that, in fact, the people have been away from lawful currency so long. In some cases, we're going to have to walk them through it and give people a chance to know what it means to have surety again instead of debt notes, right? So then I identified that here in Canaan land, I needed to take the system of income tax, because that is really what people are functioning under here with the debt notes. Upon that system, I could now use it as a fulcrum to put gold and gold, moorishe and delarium exchanges on the record to do our commerce. Through the nationalized resources that we've claimed, for the resources to reach the people for whom that needed, the Moors, in favor of the Moors first, and then all others according to law, as I have stated. So the basic idea is that the subjects are to receive the allocation of resources that I've put in place, and then provide the goods and services that go with them. The energy moves through the nationalizing of the resources and then remitting the resources. Because when we remit it, the cycle of gold is legislation. The cycle of gold is, maybe I'm speaking too much to it and not simplifying it, but legislation is what is the key, at least in my territory, to moving gold through the system. To moving gold through the system, legislation has been the key to starting the gears working here. Because just putting gold and silver on the table, people don't know how to use it. They're not familiar with it. And so administering to the public debt, moving it into a credit, into a plus on our records, has been the only thing that starts to move things forward. Islam.
That is what we're seeing at our territory also. That is exactly what we're seeing at our territory. Even with the grocery store demonstration that we did, as we stated before, it worked. They were like, okay, you can take the stuff. But that's because we came in and showed them what we're using, how we use it. We notified properly the subjects in the office of headquarters for Safeway, and we'll call out who it is and what it is, what system it is, because it worked. But we had to come in with the records, like Empress Unniversalle said. But we had all and the legislation in place that says we can do that, and this Congress had already put that on the public record about gold and silver. But it's always been on the record. We just had to say it, Yes. But then when we came in with an actual process and the documentation, they said no one disagreed, no one argued. They were not questioning. All it took was for me to show the instruments and the delarium, and I went in with delarium, and they were like, okay, you can take the milk and honey. Because there was nothing there that said, no, she can't have that.
But you didn't walk out the store?
It is legislation. It is definitely legislation and a process. Now, Empress Unniversalle, what you're saying, and this is the part that this is probably where we're at now, And when I say probably, this is I've been hesitant to do this part, but we have to do it anyway. Is more of that, of going to the places, and we're not asking permission from faces, because the faces only do what the system tell them to do. The cashiers and stuff, if they have a piece of paper in their hand that says this person is owed these groceries, they're not going to argue with the piece of paper. They'll argue with another face, but they won't argue with the paper. Isn't that crazy?
It's true.
So all we have to do, and then we have to show them, this is how this works. This is how you use it. And we've even done that. We stated that before, where we took Delarium someplace else, and they were saying, we'll take it if you just tell us what to do with it.
Yes.
And that's where we are now. But see, even then, we still needed this part that you have brought in persona jail, where even after they take the remittance, how are we recording everything? Where is the money coming from, and where is it going? And then how is it coming back to us?
Yes. Yes.
Islam.
But I find that when I speak about it in this way, many fade away. They don't truly get all of what I'm stating about this. So I thought, how do we simplify it? So to simplify it is to return to this process, which is our accounts. The accounts is a codification or a mapping of our process, of our perfected claim process.
Yeah.
And so it is an opportunity for us to erudite on what our claim is and what it actually is doing. What is the points of law we're standing on as we take charge of our state? Because our state is based on law. And I think that maybe not all Moors are aware of that, right? Our state is at law. It's because we're exercising our rights, we are standing, that we are claiming our estate, or are claiming our estate. And the part about the banking system, it is our identity that we're taking based on our identity. And there has already been full disclosure. We've gone past that door. Everyone already knows. You know what I mean? It's full. It's full. So now, as we move into the remittance part, where the resources return to us, it is in alignment to that we are a sovereign merchant. So we so the setting up of our 501c3s and the statement about that is what I did in alignment with the statement of my express trust. So I put my trust in place, and then I put my commercial entity in place as well. And I conjoined them because I know that I will be using them together, if you get what I mean. They affirm each other. And then that is through which my nationalized ministries can now remit all our resources. So on the public record, over this past strong, I stated an affidavit about that. Because we need to put that on the public record to affirm what our accounts are, what actions our accounts are taking. Right?
Yes.
And so I will just share. I will share the link. Perhaps I will share the link to the video that I created, so that we could access it. You could watch it at your leisure.
The majority of the affidavits for the internal revenue that will categorize the businesses. And remember, commerce is the third level beneath the empire first, so the empire first, which is lawful, that's who we are first and foremost, which is why affidavits go with, everything on Moorish government letterhead. Those go. Our courts, that's first. Then the States United is second. The States United is where we create all of the legal systems. And then thirdly is the legal system where a 501c3 affidavit goes on the record and things of that nature. So those things that's third level down from who we really are, but we will not abandon our first estate like in the previous era to be legal, quote unquote. That's why we create everything in that second level, Islam.
And so when
Islam. I have a question. Maybe I missed that Congress meeting. Is there a reason why we did a 501 instead of a 508, or constitutionally under our in alignment with our Constitution entity, legal entity? And then the other question is, and I don't want to confuse anybody, why wouldn't we do this as an allocation to an heir of the empire, instead of having to, from the Treasury as an allocation to as an heir? No different than if someone who was an heir to an estate would go to a quote-unquote court to have a release of funds to them from the estate. Why wouldn't we just go straight to the Treasury and ask, and basically get an allocation?
If I may, with the first question that you asked, this Congress, we did not do a 501c3. So we're looking at it. Empress Unniversalle stated 501c3 because that's what she's doing with her business, because she has these products and things that will be going out. But from the government down and from the empire down, we did not do a 501c3. What we do is we introduce and approve them. But we are not a 501c3. In fact, we're a conglomeration of all of the classifications, meaning we can cherry pick from each one and do that. But if you remember, Empress Nabi, when we sent notification to Cook County, Illinois, we sent it as a 805 ILS, 805 Illinois Trust, for specifically for the Prophet Noble Jew Ali's trust. So that's a portion of what we do. But we did send it as an 805. And then there's also a 508 C1A. That's what our temple is. So for example, our the legal arm of the Moorish Holy Temple for Science is a 508 C1A. A 508 C1A is and an 805. They're the same, except one is state and one is federal. So that's how we did it, and all of this is on the record with this Congress. Over the years, we've put all of that on the record. So we didn't do a 501c3 for us, but there are many Moors who know that 501c3 piece, and they should use it because it is an exemption. It's a tax-exempt organization for what they're doing. With regard to your second question, in the previous era, an heir would go to a court to get a release from their estate as a beneficiary. For us, we are that court, so we just issue however we will to issue it. So, Empress Nabi, for what you're doing, For your estate, you can be the court and the beneficiary and the trustor and the trustee for your estate and issue the way that you see fit to issue without having to go to some entity outside of you as a court. And that's the difference in your second question. Does that assist in response to a proper response to what you stated?
Yes, and gratitude. I do remember the 805 piece and the 508 piece. That's why I was asking, to kind of, affirm or, clarify, and gratitude for the second piece. So, gratitude.
Islam. I yield in Presentente.
Gratitude, Empress. Islam. I approached it this way because I was new to it and not sure which way to state my commercial actions. So I chose this path because in Congress we had spoken about it, and I thought, well, and I did the research, and I thought, okay, so I could see how creating this kind of entity would would grant me the kind of flexibility that I will to have in moving forward. So we're a clan, right? And so there's 3 matriarchs, and each one of us has a vision for how we will to exercise our estate. And so I thought about what was the vessel I will to create to hold all that we will to envision making and creating in the world, right? So that was what I was thinking about. And so I think that the trust is the foundation, and then the vessel is the commercial entity or commercial venue that I've created here, and so that's how I connected those 2 pieces at this time. But you'll hear as time goes on how it works, because it will be an organic process. We are the Treasury, and so any appropriation that we will to allocate on the land for the care of the land will come through us. And so, that's a lot. That allows our vision to come forth onto the land, right? And so I trust that these records are affirming that. We're creating records to affirm whatever we will to create and the kind of vessels we will to create it with, right? Islam.
Right. Islam, is that the final page of your presentment today, Insanja?
It is. So very simply, the rest is straightforward. It's the order number, the number you assign to the order, and then the order number amount. And then if you will to have that amount changed into words, then there's an app that you could use to do that. And so there's some steps about that. The amount of years that you will to remit the amount of the unit by, and how to program the spreadsheet to do that, and then the deduction summary. So the deduction summary is fairly straightforward. It's just the amount of how many ministries that you have claimed, and then you're just doing a multiplication of that. And on my present demonstration of the spreadsheet, that's shown up twice. So here is a deduction summary, and then it's a remittance amount summary, and then the remittance in words. So all that is fairly straightforward. And then the other things that are key is the purpose of the allocation. You need to state what the remittance is for. in effect, right? And then as you create checks or vouchers or other instruments to go with the remittance, then you could put a check series number in place and then also upload them as canceled checks and instruments on the spreadsheet as well. So that, you know, that's it's kind of straightforward, just this forms, and we've already looked at it, and we've looked at it and seen how they fit together. So when we get over here, we have a bunch of, or a series of, you know, deductions that we're seeing on the books, and then this is just what I have presented here was just the information how that was recorded across the line item. So that's it. That's the basics of it. And I trust now that has everything on paper written out for us to review and expand as we need to as we go forth to create our treasury books and administer to them.
Beautiful, beautiful. Members on a jail, just pure perfection, really.
Islam.
Just pure perfection. Islam,
beautiful, of course.
Yeah.
Empress Anaja. I have a question, and I may have missed it in all of everything. There's so much wonderful information, but I'm looking, and I know it's probably right at the beginning, the 100 million. So in the beginning, we have the lien, we have the 100 million, and, you know, that's an account or the cause of action, and resources are coming from, or we access resources via the 100 million in various different places. Where do we show that part? For instance, if you say you got a conveyance and the lien, so there's 100 million and this was a conveyance for 200,000 or something. That's coming from a particular cause of action, a particular. Where is that accounted? In which column, under which title, under which column heading? And I'm not, you know, I'm just, it may be right before my eyes, but I'm not seeing it, and it's coming up in my mind. So I would just like to tie that together.
Yes.
Please. Thank you.
So on the appropriations spreadsheet, which is our first one, it is, so after the cause for action, we have the invoices, we have the debtor, we have the location, then we have the post office number, and then the lien remittance amount. And so this is where that would be stated. Now, this information has not been collated. All the amounts from the liens have not been collated together into one, you know, like account list where it says, you know, this is how much is now in the account. I hadn't generated that information yet, but in every account book there should be like, and here's the total, and here's the total maybe month by month, or here's the total every 3 months or every year. So that information still needs to be created. This is still just the input of the data. It hasn't been the collating of the data, so to speak.
Wonderful, because that's the piece I was, so in truth, it's not so much, at least where my mind is at right now, it's not so much a collation of all of the liens, but each lien, so certain resources are going to come, as much as, you know, it's all together ultimately, but in terms of accounting, particular resources may come from specific causes of action or specific liens. And so it was that piece where we would see notated, for instance, 100 million, you take off the 200,000, so that's going to show in the accounting, at least that's how I'm seeing it in my mind, and I may be, misinformed there, but that was the piece where even if it goes up and down, but there would be some recording of that movement.
Islam?
Islam. That's a good question. So when I thought about it, I was thinking that the remittances were coming from our bonds that we had allocated to the resources rather than the lien amount that they owed. Right? That's how I was thinking about it. Because the amount that they owe is the amount of their obligation. But the bond is the real surety. So I always thought they have this much obligation, so I have this many work hours, so to speak, right? But in terms of what is actually surety is what the bond was.
I hear you, but I see we still have to account or record. I mean, it's sort of layered. I mean, overarching, there's the 666 trillion credit insurance put on, and then the bonds come, but the lien, I mean, it's all within that, isn't it? What do you love?
May I interject, please?
Yes.
I so agree. This is the part where I was like, please come and help me. Like, I started something, but I don't really know where it goes, and I'm not an accountant, so like, how does this work?
I'm asking.
Yeah, that was my
word. Yeah, of line 2. But I'm just looking from an account, recording. But
if I may. Yeah, Empresses, first, before I say another word, let me thank you both for digging up all of this wealth. Yeah. It exists in both places, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain. Because, see, we went over this part too before. That's why I say what Empress Unniversalle has done, she has multiplied our wealth exponentially with her system. Because previously, if you all remember, when we did the liens count as resource too, because there's a Universal Commercial Code 3 where you start pulling from the lien. It's a 3 in connection with a 9. A Universal Commercial Code 9 is the securitization of the lien. And then a Universal Commercial Code 3 is where you just start pulling from the monies that are there, just start pulling from them and using them for whatever is connected to that wealth, to that account. So, Empress Shasha, you're absolutely correct that is the money is not withheld there in lieu of a bond, because that's what I'm hearing from Empress Unniversalle, which is correct thinking. It's correct thinking when you're talking about a debt-based system, but in a credit-based system, everything is a credit. So, with Empress Unniversalle, what you're saying is correct in that the bond is an additional 100 million. But see, the part that Empress Shasha is speaking of, which is the lien, that 100 million is used in recovery of whatever it is that we have, that we took. Okay, it's in recovery of it. The 100 million or the bond that Empress Unniversalle you're speaking of is to produce new creations for whatever that resource is. Does that make sense? Have I explained it, or do I probably should say it a little clearer? The lien, the 100 million for the lien, is a resource that we can pull from. Empress Angel talks about that all the time because it's important to her, and we hear that. It is indeed a resource. What that is used for, what the $100 million on the liens is used for, is in recovery of whatever it is. So for example, a domicile. Once you've recovered that domicile, the domicile is probably going to have some recovery events that need to be dealt with. So you can pull from that $100 million by way of an attached Universal Commercial Code 3. The Universal Commercial Code 3 is similar to an invoice. And the invoice just says this amount was taken from that $100 million to do this, this, and this. The bond is to first connect that newly proclaimed resource, property, whatever it is, that you liened, levied, and bonded. It's going to say this is where it's located, and these are the resources, whether it be remodeling it, whether it be demolitioning and rebuilding, whether it be bringing in new materials to add to it, whether it be expanding it or whatever it is. That's what the bond is for. But see, the bond gets the people around that area involved in the issue, because bonds are issued by cities, states, and governments. That's the difference in what Empress Shasha is saying and in what Empress Unniversalle is saying. Empress Shasha, the lien, whoever it is that did the lien, yes, we do them for everybody. But if you did the lien because someone did something, you know, they didn't properly identify you, even though you were identifying yourself, like what we did with quote unquote city of Federal Way. Well, we just liened, levied, and bonded, and then we began pulling from that to do other things around the territory for Federal Way. The bonds are for the people. The bonds say that the resource belongs to everybody because it's on the land, because of where it is. Bond is allocation. A lien, pulling from a lien is appropriation.
Gratitude. Islam. The bond is for federal and state action, and the lien is for more specific allocations for heirs on the land.
So the bond, the lien, is for everybody too. Yes, it is. But whoever it is that did that lien, usually liens are done because somebody did or said something that didn't properly identify us, all of us. So the liens, they are for individual sovereigns, but they're also for everyone too. The way we did ours is for everyone, but not everyone did theirs that way. The point that we're making about appropriation of a lien versus allocation of a bond is that liens are based on appropriation or identity. Liens are based on identity. Bonds are based on where the property is, on location. And that's the difference between appropriation and allocation. So when you're pulling the money from a lien, you're pulling it based on who you are and who you're pulling it for. A bond says that anybody in this territory can benefit from this bond being on the record. And then we start pulling from the bond to do things to benefit everyone. So a bond would be more for community centers, community gardens, state museums, depending on who the bond is, the number on the bond. Okay. On the liens are not, they are of course where, but they're more who. Liens are for who? Everybody. So we can begin pulling. If you did the lien and you know what is necessary for that property or whatever it is, you can begin pulling from that based on people, on who the people are. It wouldn't really matter where, it would just be who. That's what appropriation is. And that's the difference between appropriation and allocation. Bonds are allocation. That means that anybody, including subjects in that area, can benefit from that bond. So you can begin pulling from that bond to benefit everyone in that area. They can come from Ukraine, they can come from Russia, or everywhere. They can still benefit from the use of that bond being on the public record. So bonds speak to resources that everyone can pull from. Appropriation is any resources based on our nationality. That's really what appropriation is, because it's about impropria or personage. Personage. Not subjects can't put a lien on nothing, is what I'm saying about liens. Subjects can't put a lien on anything because they don't own anything. So that's why liens are appropriated. And then you can pull from that 100 million based on who you are and what's going on with the appropriate persons. And then with is that
yes, gratitude. That was very helpful. So I'll take that and integrate that into how I do my remittances as we go through, and how we state what the purpose of the remittance is and how we're allocating those funds. Because that information, helps me to write this part is the purpose of the allocation.
And Brashasha, I hope you keep asking those kinds of questions, because that is some clarification that we must have on the record.
Well, I'm taking it in, and that was, I'm over here and I'm saying, wow, I was looking for how to record that. My question, but what you just expounded on was so important. So important, because I'm looking from my perspective, liens, and yes, 1 million people were lien because of misidentification. Now, many of those come over into the bonding area also. So there was the personal lien in response to a fraudulent action. But then along the way, we've also, it is our responsibility, our duty in governing to lien, levy, and bonds the police stations, the fire stations, the libraries, the courts, and all of those things. So that piece has really, assisted me again in, okay, there is actually a split. Even though I have bonds and liens, these are different causes. They're different causes of actions. And so there's a little more accounting that comes into play there. But the clarification, thank you so much. It's an area I hadn't even begun to walk into on such a level, but this is where accounting, we cannot account properly and keep proper records if we don't have a full comprehension, you know, of the actions and the instruments that we are using. So I yield.
And this, thank you, Unniversalle. This may make some a little bit uncomfortable, but we have to state it anyway, that each one of those line items on Empress, Unniversalle, and on our spreadsheets will have its own separate spreadsheet as well.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, Unniversalle. And we do have to have that.
That's the piece. That's the piece. That's the piece.
Empress Unniversalle has given us just the beginning.
Oh, my goodness. And I mean, Empress Unniversalle, well, I'm sure you do, but this that you have provided, it was like having a million different piles of paper, you know, and data, and knowing, beginning to put it together, but you know, sometimes it was just like, you know what, put it down. Go.
Yeah.
So my goodness, I mean, seriously, I'm jumping for joy, dancing and everything else, because as much as, there are other limbs on this, but you have done, I mean, magic.
Yes.
Magic.
Yes. And this is just the beginning, because each of the liens has to have a separate page because it's an account, and each of the bonds has to have a separate page worksheet like that's there, because it's a separate account too. And some of that is going to just sit there for a while because we're that wealthy. Woof. I yield the floor.
I'm looking forward to just going out and kicks and having some fun with it, because it's true. It opened up, and now it's just clear. It's just clear, right? You know, the energy that they've capitulated is done. It's done. That whole part that we were going through is finished. And, I gotta be happy, just like, the work is done. I'm glad, and so, it's
and now
just happy.
Yes,
Indeed. But I saw that this was just the beginning of what we were creating. And in truth, there's a lot more reading and erudition to do to know what happens next, right? Like, I have questions. I have a whole bunch of questions. I have questions about central banks right now. Like, I'm not quite sure what they are. How do they fit into what we do? So that, I had questions about that. I have questions about freight and what, I came across a cost of goods, insurance, and freight number. And so that opened a whole, like, what is this and what is that area of stuff, and so that being stated, I trust that we have provided the first steps so that everyone could create what is here on the screen at this point. I don't know what's going to become next, but what we have now, the steps have been provided. It may take a bit of erudition to be able to read and follow what they are, but everything at this point has been provided on paper visually for us to go over and refine if we will to. So I yield. That's what I came to, And all who will to give suggestions and feedback, please. I came originally to ask for help, so please let me know what you think could happen next and any suggestions I appreciate. Islam. Yes.
You know, Empress Unniversalle, what you've done is you've presented a whole new, I'll say, beast to a bunch of cooks, a bunch of chefs. And you said, does anybody have any questions about how to cook this brand new thing that we found on the land? And we're like, it's great. It smells great. It looks great. Let us study it for a while, and then we'll come up with some ways to cook it. You know, it's beautiful because we see we're starting to see where it's going. We're starting to see where it's going. Yes, it will be work, but what else have we got to do, and what have we been doing all our lives anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Your question about the central banks, though, Empress Unniversalle, because many of those questions that you have, we went over them in previous Congresses, and that's why this is so profound, that what you presented. You know how the central banks, quote unquote, worked previously, which was really the Federal Reserve was acting as a central bank, and there were 13 central banks across the territory, and the Federal Reserve actors were acting as a central bank, which means they were a banker's bank. And when banks didn't know what to do, they would go to the Federal Reserve window and be given more resources and information and notes and things to issue out to the people. That is what each one of us is. Each one of us is a central bank for the earth and for the land. And just like you stated, Empress Unniversalle, not everyone is going to want to do high-level banking work and high-level treasury and high-level government, high-level estate management, because all of that's one. Not everybody's going to want to do that. I will say that those who don't want to do it will be missing out on some things, because there are some great rewards for actually going ahead and doing this work. So we don't, I don't worry about the ones who don't want to do it, because the right ones will see what they're missing, and then they'll come back and say, I'm going to go back and study all this so that I can implement it as well. But where central banks are concerned, we are the banker's bank. All banking starts here. All finance starts here. All records start here. All courts start here. Because, see, this is court actions also. This is the beginning and the foundation of everything that our ancestors willed for us, which makes us central government. But it's central in a way that each one of us has a choice on what we will to do. Decentralized centralization, if I might use that term, is what's happening right now. And those that are here that are willing to do the work were specifically chosen to do it. So that's one thing that the ancestors said, don't worry about the ones who don't get it. Just put it out there and you do it, and those who have an ear will hear. So they had us to go ahead and put out almost every high-level process out there. Liens, levies, bonds, anything that government does, they had us to go ahead and put it out there. And those who will to govern at the papal level, even, because we're even talking about pope level things, papal level, above the president, above all of that stuff, above all of that. Islam, we are the central bank. Anyone who wills to be the treasury, will be the Treasury. And that's not demonstrated by somebody picking and saying, okay, ooh, you can be part of the Treasury. Ooh, you can. It's going to be the ones who do the work. That's how this works. That's how you show that you're chosen, is you do the work. And no one has to pick you, you know. And this is for everybody. So that's where central banks come in at, is we are that. And everyone will have to go through the processes that we're putting on a public record if they will to be recognized and acknowledged by the system. So they can't even come to me and say, hey, like, can you get me in on the side? The system says no. The system says you got to learn the stuff. The system says your spirit has to be peaceful. So beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom? And as far as freight is concerned, freight is a modern word for weights and measures. Freight is a modern word for weights and measures, and we do everything by weights and measures. Everything is done by weights and measures.
Islam. Gratitude. Islam.
Empress Imani.
Islam.
I believe you had a question.
I just wanted to affirm what you had stated earlier about the work, because the work is going to be every day, all day. This is the kind of work that it is. And I have a little bit of banking back end in my earlier days, and this somewhat equates the system that I was assisting them and like I said, in the back end, which they called it by the initials was CIS, which meant customer, I think it was customer integration system. So which basically what you're looking at is everybody's account, you know, and how it integrates into the banking system. So, and that's all day. It was like all day. I'm sitting at the desk all day, every day, and this is what I was doing, was this, you know. So which is why, you know, I'm looking at it and I'm like, yes, yes, yes. This is all day, every day. This is what you're going to be doing.
Well, you know, Empress, once we set it up for ourselves, once we get our own selves set, then we will have the pleasure and the joy of going around and going to all the different lands and telling everybody else how to do it.
Exactly. I mean, it's just going to be so exciting because this is for us. It's not like, okay, how tedious because you was doing it, you was working for a bank and it's for, you know, the customers. No, this is ours. This is ours, and I get to see everything that we have. This right here is so exciting.
Your timing was perfect, Empress Imani. Your timing was perfect.
Yes, Islam. Islam.
Yeah.
I'm just excited about it. So, you know, so when you ask about the next steps, you know, I think it was in Presentente. So what do we do next? Yes, now it's time to put those fingers to the keys and the keyboard. Yes, that's the next step. So that's what it's going to take, because that's where the learning and the erudition and the how we substantiate that. That's where that's going to come from, when you put your fingers on those keys, and that's what you're doing. You know, that's just how it happens. That's not my deal.
And then we can go out and demonstrate it also now. We go out and say, these are our records, this is what's happening. And not only are these our records, these are everyone's records. This is how this is done. This is the process for it.
And
then we just go out and show the subjects in the office of the grocery stores and subjects in the office of the banks how it's done. We go and show them. See, we've been notifying everybody all along that we're coming.
Yes, and that's the fun part, right?
Yeah.
And because I've on most of the positions that I've had, everyone would, well, I wouldn't say everyone, but however, particular ones would come to me to say, okay, how do you do this? And because of my, I don't want to call it personality, but I think it's because of my skill set and my intuition and how I read into things, then they're calling me, and I'm so eager to come because, well, this is simple. For me, it's like, oh, this is simple. Let me show you. So I'm just so quick to show. Let me help you. It's a let me help you. I'll show you. So let me help you. Let me train you. Islam, I yield.
I'll allow them to comment to open it. Let me just address something in the chat as well. The Namibia Moors. We are just so grateful that you are present. We absolutely love you. We've been waiting for you. We're waiting for all the Moors from the different lands to be present with us because we're glad and grateful to connect with you. There were some connection issues from what I'm seeing with the Namibia Moors. I believe I may have some responsibility in that because I'm the one who opens and locks the meeting. Now, connection issues where internet and broadband are concerned is a different story. That's a different story. But we're opening and closing the meeting. If it says this meeting is locked, then that is something that we do here. And we did unlock the meeting so that you all could come, and we noticed that the bell kept ringing that you were coming in, Namibia Moors. So if that has caused any confusion, I do apologize for that. And if you all would let us know, even if one of you comes in, let us know that the meeting needs to be unlocked, and we will unlock it if you put it in the chat. And more, sometimes I don't look at the chat because I'm looking at the screen. If you could just do like Empress Angel does and say, hey, can you open the meeting or something like that, and we'll get it open as soon as we can. Okay, because we will let everyone, and we know that there are more signing on from all over the earth. We're just so grateful. We don't even worry about the numbers because they don't register correctly. If I showed you the numbers even on the reports, it's way higher than 43 or whatever that number is right there. So are there any other questions, comments, wisdom for Empress Anajel?
Islam, Empress. Peace and great grand rising to the house and to all the Moors. I want to say gratitude to Empress Anajel for the presentation of this wisdom. And I know that this must have been a reason why it's this beautiful full moon outside. Yes, we give thanks. Gratitude to you also, Empress Light, for giving all of us the opportunity to share and to learn from.
Thank you, Nobility.
Islam.
I
got a question. The count information on the affidavit of allocation record, the MAC number, is this number created for this document, or would it existed prior to this document?
Islam, Nobility. So the MAC number was created when I did the first lien. So I did a lien, levy, and bond, and I created a serial number just for the account. So I'm not sure which one you're looking at specifically, but each one has a different number. And then I grouped them. So at the very beginning, they all began as cause because I was doing the 40 affidavits. And so my first group of liens were cause. And then when I took offices in Washington, District for Columbia, they became offices. And that's how I kept on going. I just named them based on, you know, the group of corporations, offices that I was taking at the time. I've now, you know, I have accounts, I have vizier, and I have the cause and the offices at this time. And then I did some estate as well. So my message is that just make your own system. Whatever the system is that you will to create, however you think about it, that's how you will organize it, and go forward from there. Islam.
Okay. Gratitude. Islam.
Islam. I also received a question in the chat about bonds, and that's so wonderful. I'm so glad. Bonds are fun, like they really are. So I would say read a lien, read a levy, and then begin the bonds. Because they won't really make sense to you unless you read the lien. Read the collateral for the liens. And it's real. And okay. So here's my the message that the Grand Matriarch gave to me, which is that I keep on telling people to read, and I don't mean it harshly. I really don't. How I think about it is that, you know, in the previous enactment, the Pope's main job was to keep us from reading. You know, like, you know, all of that was just to keep us away from being able to find out for ourselves what the information is, rather than getting it secondhand or having somebody else tell us about it. And it's good for us to communicate and share, but it's very powerful for us to reach for it ourselves and integrate information. And two thoughts that come with that is that education, under the Board of Education, is seen as a place of competition, as if some people could have it and some people cannot. And I don't think of learning that way. I think learning is natural and everyone could do it. So, you know, that's a key part of it. And then the other part is that it's muscles. So I may have, you know, strengths, but I need to use the part of myself that I don't have strengths on so I could strengthen those muscles. So I'm very empathetic and very sensitive. It's deliberate for me to do things that are more rational, more mathematical, on purpose, just so I could strengthen that part of myself as well, right? And so reading law is excellent because you're deciphering, you're thinking, and there's nothing new under the sun. So really, we already know this information. Our Akashic Records already is aware of this knowledge and these systems that we are coming in touch with now. We're just remembering and recalling. So open yourself to that. Affirm that, you know, you're just tapping into your own ancestral knowledge, and trust yourself to do that, to be at the frequency that receives it and then is able to implement it and use it in your life and your actions. So I will to just put that little piece about why I'm saying read, just keep on reading. It just open it up for you. You know? Yes. So read the lien and then read the levy. Please read the levies and then we could talk about bonds. But without those two foundational pieces, it's going to feel like a big step from, you know, I know my nationality to I'm now doing a bond. It will feel like a really big step with a lot of disconnect, not really seeing how things connect and why things happen the way they are. So I affirm take some time, and I'm happy to provide all resources to those who will to go as well.
So beautiful, just beautiful. Any other questions for the Empress, for the Grand Matriarch, Empress Anaja?
Islam. I got a addition, and I just like to say, Congress, you cannot enjoy your estate if you don't know what your estate consists of. So you have to read. You have to know what what's in those documents, because those documents, like the Empress has been saying, basically they enliven you. They wake you up. They allow you to do whatever you want with your estate.
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Peace.
Empress Anaja mentioned briefly, and a question came up about 501c3s and things of that nature. Empress Anaja, do you mind if I borrow the screen share portion really quickly?
Islam. I trust it has
you, Empress. Yes. I believe it has. I just will to show really quickly for those Moors who you may or may not have had a business before. But what we did was we restated. Here it is. Let's see if you can share and can see this really quickly. This is going to make things a lot easier for you in terms of the 14 points. There are 14 points that create a legal existence. Okay, and now that we have our own legal system, we restated these 14 points. It's a 14-point checklist for religious organizations, and we just restated them. And ours is not a 501c3. It's a 508 and an 805, and then we have above that is a chartered existence. The 14 points are: a distinct legal existence is proven by a letter from internal revenue showing, and for us it would be the employer ID. So we create our own letter, and it's really an affidavit, internal revenue affidavit, creating our own distinct legal existence in terms of whatever legal entity it is that you're placing on the waters, the peaceful waters. Then a definite and distinct religious government is known by bylaws, constitution, and or articles, and we don't call them articles of incorporation. We call them, and here I think I can change it, but I'm not sure. We call them articles. We call them corpus sanctum articles. Corpus sanctum articles. And corpus sanctum articles, Moors, just so that you are aware, are a rebuttal to the previous unum sanctum articles enactment. Because unum sanctum was saying that everyone was under that thing that was acting as a Roman pontiff. Then there must be a membership associated with one ecclesia or government. That's known by a letter stating who your legal existence belongs to. And we know that our legal existence belongs to us, the lawful. And see, this is showing where legal and lawful are supposed to be coming together. Because authorities have to be giving these legal entities their existence. Authorities must do that. Then it says a complete organization with ordained ministers ministering to their congregations. We just talked about how we're going to have to take this information once we get our own cells set up with what the system that Empress Unniversalle has presented. Then we'll take it and go around and minister this system to everyone else. So we have to be getting prepared for that. Okay, now what we have done is we've placed the Universal Moorish Science Temple for America. No, it's the Universal Moorish Holy Temple for Science. We've placed that as the overarching mechanism by which teachers are going to come from. So anyone who has used the letterhead, Moorish National Republic Federal Government letterhead, however it looks, and that is implementing processes such as what Empress Unniversalle has implemented, will be going around and showing others how to implement these things. So that fits this particular presentment. Now, this next one is really important. Established places of worship. And this is the reason why I willed to present this today. Established places of worship are going to definitely be, that's next on the list. But first, you must establish that whatever place you're at right now is that place. And those places have to be taken off of fraudulent tax rolls and fraudulent, all of that stuff. How do you establish a place as a place of worship? We've asked that Moors do videos on YouTube showing processes and things like what Empress Unniversalle presented today. She sent us a link to video where she's showing how this works. That is how you proclaim properly the place that you're at is a place of worship, and it's a place where ordained ministers are teaching, are ministering. This is how that works. And again, nobody can rebut or argue with you when things are done according to the proper process. Regular congregations just know that anyone who has videos out on YouTube that's a part of this Congress, we are your congregation. We agree and affirm to be that. And congregation means what we say it means, Islam. Regular religious services, are you teaching regularly? Are you showing how, at least reading documents that you crafted or something of that nature on a regular basis? Regular services and teaching regularly and showing things regularly, it also indicates faithfulness. It indicates customs and usage, which is a treaty term, customs and usage. It also indicates allegiance. So when you see someone saying things about what happens regularly, what they're really saying is this what's normally done? Is this normal activity? Well, yes, it is. Regular religious services, and we don't use the word services, we spell it differently. If we use it, we'll spell it differently. It means what we say it means. And then there are 3 other criteria here: a recognized creed or form of worship, bylaws, constitution. We've all put constitution, and much of this stuff is already done based on past Congresses, previous Congresses. We put constitutions on the public record. We know what the bylaws for the Moorish Holy Temples for Science are. A formal code of doctrine and discipline. This word right here is what determines who's a slave and who's not. See, the foreigners came here to disciple nations. They found a scripture in the Bible that says, "Go into all the world, preach the gospel, and disciple men, disciple nations. That's in the Biblios. Well, because we're doing things regularly, no one can disciple us. They don't have the authority. They're admitting that. Okay? We disciple ourselves and each other. Disciple just means, what do you do that is consistent and healthy and good for you? A distinct religious history, we have that already. It's called a herstory. That minutes from the first church meeting or written historical account, we have that. This Congress has that. And any of you can use that for what you're doing in alignment with what the Congress is doing. Our first minutes are your first minutes. Okay? Ordained ministers elected after completing prescribed courses of related religious study. Copy of ordination or diploma for us is copy of nationality documents. Church literature, we write it. All these writings and all these things that we're doing, that's it. Sunday schools for religious instruction of the young, we do all of that already. And it can be Sunday school or Thursday school or Friday school or whatever school, Saturday school, whatever. Schools for the preparation of its ministers, we're doing that already. Copy of diploma from School of Divinity, that's your nationality paperwork and documents. And this will probably be the 40-something documents as well. Okay, that goes for that. And that's it. That's what we will to share, because right now we're putting things in place so that we can establish other places of worship, places for worship. We have a huge blessing that the ancestors have blessed us with, where places for worship, wordship are concerned. Okay? Established places of worship. So this is what the internal revenue looks at. It's a 14-point checklist, and if meet if what you've created, not you, but what you've created meets these requirements, then you can be 501c3 or 508c1a or whatever the case may be, Islam. So are there any questions, comments, wisdom about this?
Islam, interest, gratitude. Yes.
Islam.
I wanted to add, and I know that we're going to be, well, I'm not going to say I know, but just thinking, forward, being able to travel or being able to utilize this information as a special purpose vehicle when it comes to passports, being more ancient than 1950 is, and we are, is something that we want to make sure that is known so that we can we're going to create our own process anyway, but just notifying them and letting them know as well, so that's not an issue as well.
Yes, although passport is not necessary because we have nationality cards, they're in other words, they're not necessary to identify one. Where the legal system is concerned, I looked at some of our ancient passports, speaking of that, and they were written in what some would call French, but we would call it ancient English because we spell the way we want to spell. But they were that, and they're not blue, specifically not dark blue. They're either red or a light blue, depending on the purpose of your travel.
And that's what I was saying, doing it as a divine minister or special purpose for ministry. So those are
that one is red.
Yeah, those. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah. And they're written in ancient English, or some call it French, but we call it ancient English. Islam.
As you speak of passports, and my understanding of this, a passport is for the movement of goods. So why? I mean, it's come up. We've had other congressionals and spoken of this, and why would we need to travel with a passport, with our nationality, being who we are? And I can't hear you.
I said I love you so much. Because you ask all the right questions, all the right ones. So let's look at what you're stating. Let's look that word up here. This is Black's Law Dictionary. Yes. Let's look up the word first and see. So first, let's look at the word past. Past, this right here. Ooh, this is so good. Pass is to utter or pronounce, as in the court passes sentence. So someone is speaking when the word pass is being put there. Someone is speaking. In legislative parlance, a bill or resolution is said to pass when it is agreed to or enacted by the House. So there has to be agreement where passports are concerned. Now let's look at the word passport, because you're absolutely correct. Here's more on the word pass. In the language of conveyancing, that means movement, the term means to move from one person to another. To be transferred or conveyed from one owner to another. That's pass. Pass, to publish, to utter, to transfer, to circulate, to impose fraudulently. So because this is written by them, it has to have some of that in there for them.
Yeah.
So let's look at the word passport. Passage, a way over water. But let's keep going really quickly. That's the issue here, passport. It was actually called passbook initially, a book in which a bank or banker enters the deposits made by a customer and which is retained by the customer. Also a book in which a merchant enters the items of sales on credit to a customer and which the latter carries or keeps with him. Let's go, passport.
Interestingly, the passbook. So up to about, let's see, I think prior to COVID, you had a passbook with there was a passbook with the accounts in the enactment, and then prior to COVID, they were removed. So it's interesting looking at that definition and how they went away.
Yeah. Passport, maritime, a document issued to a neutral merchant vessel by her own government. And you know, vessels are always feminine, matriarchal, female. What does that say about sons that are doing things with vessels? A document issued to a neutral merchant vessel by her own government, and that's the key here, during the progress of a war to be carried on the voyage to evidence her nationality and protect her against the cruisers of the belligerent powers.
So that was a vessel that was not warring.
Right. It's neutral.
Not warring. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And that would be our, it would be just a supporting information for the use of, for us creating our own and using our own passport.
Right. In addition to our travel document, nationality card. I mean, because really
our nationality card. Yeah.
Yes, Mom.
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, Empress Sasha.
The nationality card, along with a passport that we create as
yes.
is created here, and we are clearly not at war. So there you go. Yeah.
And then in the previous era, consuls used to go to other lands and bring back plants and other things from those other places and plant them here, or vice versa, take them from here and plant them other places as they were moving things off the land, off of this land to other places and sharing. Yeah. So that's where they got that thing about passports being for property and for movement of things.
Conveyance of resources, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really what a consul does. A consul historically would take things from here and share it with other lands, take seeds, plants, different styles of clothing, anything that we had here, the consuls would take and share it with the other lands, show them how to use it, and then they would write the use of it into customs and usage. That's what consuls really actually did. Or they would go to other lands, they would take plants away, and then they would make a law saying nobody else can grow this plant. Because consuls made laws at other places because they came from here.
Right.
You see.
So really,
consuls have a lot of power, authority.
A lot of, and the passport really and truly was for the vessel. It was really the mark on the vessel, not so much the, like when you think of, when I think of
people.
Passport, you're right, the people, exactly. It's a conveyance. It was actually a conveyance tool.
Yeah. It's for whatever you're carrying in your carry-on.
Right.
You see?
And
it's for your luggage.
And so in the enactment, when the people in the enactment had been reduced to property, and these passports were issued by non-authority, by impostors. So that's where that definition, which was a fraudulent and fiat definition, as it pertains to people, to the living.
Yes, and a passport is also used just to state that whatever it is that you're carrying, it weighs a certain amount, and when they add all those weights and measures up, it tells them how much cargo is on, and that's not the people, that's the weight of the luggage. That's why they weigh your luggage today.
Right.
Because it's weights and measures.
Weights and measures, and it's the pass through the port. I mean, the
things, not us, the things.
Oh, the things, exactly. Not that's the thing. Because, and this is for me. In the clarification, it is about the thing or the property, not the people.
Not the people.
That it's not the, that was in the enactment. And so.
And the people should know that. The people were supposed to keep that in mind, Empress.
But that, exactly. But, so that clarifies that completely, and another creation to come up with. So, yeah.
If you choose to, Empress, again, he that, he whosoever wills, let him come. He that hath an ear, let him hear.
Exactly.
Yes, it's a lot, but it's government. It's governing the whole world, the whole earth. It's governed by what we're stating here.
And when we recognize that each one of us is the microcosm of the macrocosm, the whole earth.
Yes. Each one of us governs a whole earth.
Exactly.
People don't realize how big the estates really are.
Exactly.
They don't realize how big the estates really are. But that's why so much paperwork. That's why so much, what seems like a lot. But see, what people don't realize also is that at a certain point, the system is picking up everything we're doing, and we won't be bound to computers, you know, and we're not bound to them now, but you know what I mean. We won't be sitting in our living room, you know, doing a bunch of stuff like this. We'll meet once a week, maybe on Holy Friday, and we'll all come together and break bread and make laws and implement those laws and keep on moving and keep enjoying our estate. We're there now, just about.
Yeah, you know.
I know y'all can feel it.
As you speak about all the paperwork, I remember being in college and we were, you know, the whole thing about everything is going paperless. Everything is going paperless, and that the recognition that the paperless was for the paper frauds.
Yes.
Because if we were to go paperless and have been going paperless in these past years, in particular concentrated in these past 8 years, we would be right where we were.
Which is, let me not say that. You know, I was about to say something crazy.
You know, that's batshit.
Where we were.
You know, that's it. So it's just something to be able to look sideways, backwards, up, down, and everything, and hear things from the enactment and see them with the eye and completely comprehend the whole her story.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, you know, the paper is about the words, and those frauds were only existing in their enactment on paper. They didn't exist anywhere else until we opened our mouths and said some words.
That's the thing. So
or
really,
signed some paper.
The you know, the statements, or they not statements, the comments and sayings about going paperless was really the frauds speaking. That was it. Had nothing to do with us, and it was also, if I think about it, let me speak of myself, because looking back now, if there was an inkling of remembrance, it was actually a bell, a sounding to remember, to help you know, to help one remember. Look in the paperwork. It's in the paperwork. It's in the paper. So yeah. I tell you.
Yeah. See, they know words awaken our authority and our power, and word speaks to our chakras, and word awakens any sword that we have, because you know our tongue is a sword.
Yeah.
And the right word,
boom,
it's a wrap on anything else.
It's
a wrap on all fraud when them words start coming out of our mouth and out of our pen. Because that's why they call a pen a fountain.
Yeah.
It's an everlasting fountain.
Yes. Well, that's, we had to use fountain pens when I was in school.
Rivers of living water.
Yep. Never ending stream. Never ending flow. Yeah.
So, and now that we have control of the words, no one else's narrative can even apply. They can't even speak. And now they're saying we can't do nothing but that.
You know,
go ahead, Unniversalle.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Say me. Go ahead, or you were.
Yeah, Unniversalle, go ahead. Just finish up.
I just brought something back up, and it's from way back, straight back to that document where they were saying that they can't, they're gone. And it, you know, as you said, anything from Olympia where they were claiming to be the government. And I looked at that, and I thought about when I have sent out notifications to certain subjects. I mean, at this time, in certain imposter government offices, subjects. And this was before I knew about the our mailing process and everything else. And I sent out notifications, and I sent them out registered. But they came back. They came back not because of anything I did not do. You know, of course, it was the fiat system. But that, to me, and I've always said this, that to me was proof all the way back then that no one was in those places. Nope, no one, and that was 3, if not long, 3 years ago, probably close to 3 years now. They've not been there from then, because that was registered mail to supposed, you know, we know this is in the enactment, government offices, and they were returned for non-pickup. They were registered at the post office, but then after a certain time, when they're not picked up, they're sent back. No one has been in those places for that long. And so when
you know, if you didn't know that, though, Empress, you would be thinking that Morris science don't work.
Well, that's
because
why would it come back? But they came back. Nobody picked them up, and I remember saying at the time, and I didn't have anywhere near the knowledge I have now. Like I said, I didn't even know about the mailing process. But I remember saying to myself and my consort, because he was still living at that point, that how could these be returned? How come nobody's picking up mail?
Yes.
So there, I just saw that returned mail in a sense is akin to the document that they sent saying they have. That's proof.
Correct.
So yeah, I mean,
see, the requirement for us and for due process is proof of delivery. It's not proof of whether they picked it up or not. It's proof of delivery.
Exactly, and I have multiple. I mean, for utility company, you know, these supposed official and mail. It arrived at such a time, and nobody picked it up. So it was gone. Well, from I put it in the post, from I took it and stuck it wherever, it was gone. It was delivered. But there's proof that I have that no one's there.
It's not. And the thing is, when a fake sheriff used to send paperwork out, eviction paperwork, that didn't stop them if you didn't pick the paperwork up. That didn't stop them from trying to move forward.
Exactly.
In the enactment previously.
Exactly.
So that's what we're stating. And we even put that in our notes in as we adjourn this Congress. Nationality, okay, again, we're talking about a proper claim, a perfected claim, and this is the general, and Empress Unniversalle is giving the specifics, which we love. Nationality, this is where people start. Nationality, Universal Commercial Code 1, Trust Proclamation, termination of the corporate contracts, and a lien on the U.S. corporation, and a fiduciary affidavit. That's the 6 places, that's the place to start. Then proceed to create statements such as sovereign living birth affidavit, security number, identification card, authorities, which is the 40 documents, state all personal property and notify all, start and maintain records, and this is what we're talking about with Empress Unniversalle's presentment, state and maintain records to include lawful records with legal accompaniments. And an example of that is just what she stated today. Lawful is the allodial title, and legal is the trust deed on the public record. And then finally, United States Post Office proof for delivery receipt, and receipt is that you sent it. For government mailings are mandatory for all claims. And when we say all claims, let me just clarify that. If you get even one, if you have even one number that says a certified number saying you sent even one document to them, not all of them have to be returned, just one proof for whoever that is. that whatever that entity is. So if I only sent one document to the actors that were previously acting as Federal Reserve and it got there, then we've met this mandate for anything related to that claim. Okay. But our Grand Chief Taj and them, when we were first learning how to do things, how to present ourselves, proof for delivery, United States Post Office proof for delivery receipts, whether that be just the number that says you sent it, or the green return receipt card, which is more so beneficial, are mandatory for all claims. That has to be a. And Congress, what do you think about that?
Islam, I affirm. I just had a question about the thing about passports, if I may. I was wanting to ask about what does that fall in line when it comes to the treaty? Because when I remember the treaty and what it states about protection according to nationality and the Moroccan empire and such, and how subjects get the coverage and the protection because they come into the subject status and such, so they afforded protection. And so when traveling on a vessel, they would also be protected as well according to the treaty. So the only thing I would know would be a manifest. That would be the documentation that would be required for them to travel safely on any vessel. So where does a passport come into play according to the treaty?
So passports and the treaties come together depending on what you're doing when you're traveling.
Okay, so all right. So that was already explained. So okay. So but it wasn't before.
Anytime it says vessels, that means somebody's doing some commerce or some trading of some kind, right?
So like I was saying, so the manifest would also be something that would be, because the ship would have a manifest and all of the contents of that ship would be on that manifest. So I'm still saying, why is there a passport necessary if the manifest would be the document? Like you would have your own manifest of everything that you would be bringing. So that to me would be a document that signified from my government that this is what is being passed from port to port by this manifest, and not a passport, so to speak.
Okay, so in response to that question, Empress, let's go back to the definition of a passport. The passport is more about who's issuing it, which government is it. Okay, it's about the government and what you're doing in terms of government work so that you're not trespassed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a document issued by a neutral merchant vessel, this is talking about commerce. It's not talking, it's talking about mercantilism. It's not talking about personal travel. So again, a legal system is all about commerce too. That's the reason why we implemented a legal system. It's because more will to do commerce, and there has to be a delineation and a separation between sovereigns who are traveling for their own leisure, pleasure on their own estate, and sovereigns who are, it's a difference between them traveling with their clans and so on for pleasure, versus those who are moving about for mercantile issues. So that the vessel, whatever that vessel is, that you're using to move merchant things, whether it be your suitcase, whether it be paperwork, because paperwork is also commercial, depending on what it says and who issued it. that's where a passport would be necessary. If you're dealing with, and this is a clue, weights and measures, tonnage. See here it says tonnage, a description of the property, the destination of the ship, the nature and quantity of the cargo. See, when you don't have cargo when you're traveling with your clan and you all are going to the Bahamas for the weekend, you know, you don't have cargo, you don't have tonnage, you don't have any of that. So then a nationality card to travel is that. Passports come in where mercantile and commerce are concerned, so that the commerce, so whatever the product is, the nationality is of whoever it is, that product is properly, the origin of the product is properly stated.
Okay.
Does that clarify?
Yes. And then, so the second thing is, we were supposed to vote something, and I think we got the final part of what Empress Unniversalle presented. So is that vote going to come up again on the table?
Thank you. I just love you, Empress, because y'all don't forget nothing.
No.
This was the remittance part. Okay. And it kind of connects to the question I was going to ask. In this discussion about a passport, as we see here, the merchant vessel is separate from the government. So the government is the lawful, the merchant vessel is the legal.
Yes.
For us to do our remittances, we must establish our commercial entity or commercial vessel.
Yeah.
Because without it, there's no place for the deductions to cycle through.
Yes.
Because the government itself holds everything. Is that, you know, the government, the state holds everything.
Yes.
Islam.
And that's what the use of a passport would be for that vessel. Not for us. We have free movement, but the vessel must be properly accounted for because it's part of the estate.
Islam.
Having a passport for a vessel is appropriate.
And I truly appreciate this because this was the last piece that I hadn't shown, which is about the tributes. This whole conversational passport is tributes because we are the sovereign merchants. We have the merchant vessel. We have a vessel, commercial vessel for our government works. We are able to allocate resources as the state to the commercial, and commercial is how we can see it is legislative and species. So it is more sovereign delarum. It's customs and usage, right?
Yes.
And only the state can administer to that, can minister to that. And so that's where the remittance energy turns over and cycles through those deductions. So I affirm this is lovely.
Empress, this is so amazing because you know what you just described? You just described the Clearfield Doctrine, where the government is not commercial, but the government must approve commerce.
Islam. Yes.
We must do that.
Yes.
What a Commerce Department was all about.
Yes.
You don't have to be corporations, but government must be approved. That all of any actions must be approved, no matter whether they're commercial, judicial, or legislative, or whatever. We still have to approve that.
Yes.
And that's what the vessel is.
And that's what the clearinghouse is. That's what creditors are. We are the ones we are the only ones who could approve it.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Without being the actual surety or vessel.
Islam.
There it is. Difference.
That's why everything has gotten quiet. That's why, everything that's why everything's gotten quiet. They're just like, it's done.
Yes. Yes. We get it. We get it.
Yes. Are we going to put the question on the table on the screen? What were we voting for?
Before we move to that, can I just, if I may add to?
Sure.
Well, I'm just breaking down what the conversation that was just about the Clearfield Doctrine.
Yeah.
So, and that statement that Unniversalle made about the species, because it was the species that removed the sovereignty from the governments, because they used a different species consent, and that is what removed the sovereignty. So that piece is a huge piece in this.
Yes. And from our perspective, it is the piece that we came to put in place.
Yes. Now, and I keep looking at this definition, and during the progress of war, I keep looking. Of course, we have to restate this, because that is not. But that does not remove the fact of the role of the government.
Yes. Well, Empress, with regard to that war piece, and the reason we're having this discussion prior to a vote, because discussions prior to a vote is about having a full disclosure prior to voting. There are some Moors out there who still think they're at war.
Well,
we've heard them say it on the record.
Yes, yes.
Heard them say it. Well, we will to make it known that they might be at war, but we're still not, and we never will be.
You see, and that absolutely I affirm, because in truth, the war is within. If there is a war, that's the chaos. It's not. So I affirm. Mm-hmm.
And until they stop warring within themselves,
that's.
But we don't have to join them just because they're wearing a fez and a turban and saying they're Moors.
Absolutely not.
We're not going to do that. But what we will do is assist by making suggestions to the sovereign. Period.
There was a statement that Grand Sheikh Taj made, and he said renewal of the mind for, I think, reversion of estate, or something.
Yes.
And it's like that is really because the war is in the mind.
Yes.
And so I yield.
Yes. So, Empress Unniversalle, when I asked about remittance, somehow in my mind I had the thought of the process of when something is received, like a letter or something is received from the actors, and it has an amount on it, that remittance was taking that amount and changing it over to a credit and then issuing the credits out. That's what I was thinking about, how to issue credits out. That's what I thought remittance was from my perspective, but I could,
Islam. It truly is. But for us, remittance is anything we will it to be. There's a lot of flexibility at this point, because yes, we could restate a bill that we have remitted, but because we create our own instruments, anything that we create also can be remitted, because they're instruments, right?
And payment is being issued. Yes. Credits are being issued.
And because we allocate it, as the government, that this is where it is to be allocated, and we state this is what it's supposed to do, and this is how often it's supposed to occur, and these are the terms in which it is to work. We are the ones that are the government that's putting the vessel in place, because here it is. It is because it is in the correct species that we govern it completely.
Oh, yes. That's so true.
That is the key piece. So anything, that's where we could coin anything to be a remittance. We could put anything in place for ourselves. Yeah. And that became clear for me when I could see the difference between what the fiat system was previously and what a creditor system can be under our own vision. Mm-hmm. That is, it's open. Yeah. We just need it to function in the way that we envision it to function. If we will it that Moors who have, properly stated themselves on the public record can now have access to their accounts, it is we who will put that in place. Right?
Of course.
And then, right? And because we are the government that has created the vessel, which is the United States for America, for Moors to have these entitlements put in place for them. So the opening of any aspect of the system is for us to open. We are to make it function in the way that we will it to function. So I appreciate, what Empress Nabi had asked about, can't we just do it directly? Can't the air just go? But at this time, we are the arch. We need to be the bridge to create the change in perception that must occur. The Moors have always been here, the resources are always been here, but we still think like fiat. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like I can't go to the market and take my delirium and just, use it, because what will they know it to be for? You know what I mean? So I realized in breaking the spell, it's about creating a pathway that everyone could walk that path.
Now we just go tell them how to use it.
Exactly. We have to just demonstrate. As Empress Sasha says, show, don't tell. Just do it. You know what I mean?
There it is. There it is. Yes. Wow. I just think about how nervous I was when I did the grocery demonstration. But after a while, I just thought to myself, it's going to have to be this way because y'all broke. You're bankrupt. You can't do anything. This has to be. Yes. The more I talked, the more that was sinking into my spirit, and the more I knew that they knew that a change had to happen, because their books are not even. They could all go to jail for their books because they know they're bankrupt and still trying to do business, but they're waiting on us.
They're waiting for us. Indeed. Yeah. Yep. This has been the key. And we're ready now. Yeah, and we're ready now. And we're ready. We're going. We're going through.
Islam.
I'm
listening again. I'm listening, and I am seeing, just from what Empress Anajel just said, the species is the passport.
Yes.
I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I mean,
yes.
In whatever instrument it shows itself, but it is the passport.
No matter the instrument.
No matter yes. This is
as long as we create it.
That's what I'm really
seeing.
Yes. Yeah.
I just love to hear people absorbing into their spirit. I love to hear this Congress absorb what this Congress put on the record.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm.
We did this, and it's still coming even clearer to us, the magnitude of it.
Yeah.
Because we have a heart for the work. So, Empress Michelle, may I ask that if you have anything that you will to place on that you maybe think of later or whatever the case may be, please just let us know and it will be on the Congress that day. Feel free to just say, I have this that I want to add, like you did today, and we will yield the floor.
Yes, I affirm. Yes, I will come and share what comes from the Spirit for us to use as we go forward. Islam, yes.
Islam. I will tell you, Empress Unniversalle, the last 2 or 3 weeks when you've been doing your presentments was the first time in years that I was able to actually listen to the Congress. I could even cut off my camera and keep my earbuds in and go to the restroom and all of that stuff. So it just felt good to be able to step away for a moment and take care of business and then come back. It just felt great, just so that you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. With full trust. You know, with full trust.
Yes.
So I'm just so grateful for all, just even those little things that matter also. The big things are great, the little things are great too.
Well, gratitude. I trust that when we take our time to go over and read it through and take it in, absorb it, and then do our research, because account books are available, so you'll be able to correspond what I presented to what accounts look like. It will begin to click. It will begin to integrate. But you know, the Congress is great. You know, I learned a great deal about what our jurisdiction is, and we are in our jurisdiction. This is us. You know what I mean? We're full in it. So whatever we will to create, we will create. And it's now time for us to create exactly what we will to create. Islam.
Well, Empress, you've given, I know I can't speak for anyone else, but you've given me enough work to do for the next 6 months. And and I'm just starting to just unfold and get really comfortable with, okay, this has to be done, so let's do this. I know it's going to go a lot quicker than I expect, because it always does. But yeah, I love it. I'm looking forward to it because it's just going to further align all the things that we've been doing. We was leaning and putting them in stacks, leaning them and putting them in stacks, leaning them and putting them in stacks, recording them, of course. But this is an orderly way to do it. I just love it. Thank you so much for hearing the Spirit.
Gratitude.
Well, at this time, we will adjourn until the coming Sunday at the same.
No voting?
Oh, yes. Let's do that. Empress Unniversalle, are we ready to vote on this, on everything that's been presented as being, from the government perspective, a perfected claim?
Yes, I affirm. I, Angel Mahatbade, coming forth by day. Chief Justice, Caneland Territory, I affirm. Yay.
Islam. Chief Justice Light Tajiri Bay, I affirm 100% Islam.
Islam. Mother Chief Justice, Angelica Yvette Bay, Sachabi Territory, Swamp Pomac Territory, Land of Nod, affirm. Yay.
Justice Anthony Jettising, ex-Mecca Territory, I affirm.
Islam. Justice Consul.
Can you hear me?
Just a moment, Justice Consul.
This is Consul Bay, United Kingdom Territory, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, nobility. Empress Amani.
Islam. I just want to make sure my computer wasn't doing something weird. However, yes, it's Empress Amani, Chief Justice Empress Amani. I affirm, and I also want to mention that tomorrow is my solar return.
Your solar return. Happy solar return, Empress.
Happy solar return.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Gratitude.
Solar return.
Gratitude.
Islam, happy solar return, Empress Imani.
Thank you so much. I will be another year younger.
Hello.
Islam. I appreciate it.
Young woman world.
Islam. Empress Shasha.
Shasha and Bay, Jamaica territory, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Justice Tony.
Islam, Tonis Al Bay, Khalifa Territories, northwest of Maxim. Proud of you, matriarchs. I'm like a fly on the wall, just like giggling over here. I affirm.
Laura, Daniel, Sequoia, from the land of flowers. I affirm.
Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
Islam, Justice Ogunwale.
It's Chief Justice Ogunwale, Supreme Seven Solution Hill. I affirm, coming from Louisville, Kentucky territory.
Islam.
Rostal, El Shabazz Day, Canaan territory, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Grand Matriarch.
Islam, Chief Justice Mosley Bay, hailing from the Illinois Territory, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Chief Justice Moses.
Islam, Chief Justice
Islam.
Malika Kill Bay, Illinois Territories, I affirm.
Thank you, Chief Justice Malik. Great to hear your voice. Islam.
Gratitude.
Islam.
Islam.
It does have my from Wapiti Bay, Mississippi Territory, I affirm.
Islam. There was another noble as well.
Yes, excuse me. Around Shiraki Bay, Illinois Territory, I affirm, and I want to say much gratitude to Annandale. Thank you very much.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Rahman. Islam.
Rashida Mushtaba Bay, Houston, Texas Territory, I affirm.
Great to hear your voice, Empress Rashida. Islam.
Gratitude.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other sovereigns? Islam. It appears that we have yes, we do have a unanimous vote to affirm. This is so important, to affirm what a perfected claim consists of. That means we're going to have records and everything. Everything that we proclaim is ours. Islam, Justice Kyle.
Chief Justice Khalil Mohammed Bey, Trinidad and Tobago Territory, I affirm.
Justice Kyle, it's great to hear your voice. We hadn't heard you in a while. We missed
Always
you.
a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Islam.
I had before I leave, I had a question in the chat, but I know we're about to close off, so that would probably be on another Congress. In the beginning of the Congress, it was identified that we were doing the top-down process, and more so to do the down-up process. Most of it was the top-down process, so I look forward to our next Congress for the
Bottom-up process.
Yes.
It may or may not be the next Congress, but it will be over the next couple of weeks. Strongs, rather. We will get to the bottom of the process. Right now, our focus definitely is the top-down because the bottom-up is dependent on the top-down being perfected the way that we perfected it today. So we will to go ahead and implement what we put forth, what Empress Unniversalle has put forth, and what Congress has put forth, and then we'll I know that the bottom-up process will be a lot smoother and it will go a lot easier once we have actually implemented in our own lives the top-down process, because then we can see the results of the system.
I affirm.
Yeah, Islam. So it'll be probably a few strongs before we get to the bottom-up process.
Islam.
And Presentente, and then Justice Akil.
May I ask for some help from the Congress? If anyone has any knowledge of coding and writing script for computer programming, I would love to connect because I haven't learned that language yet, but I'm convinced that somebody does know it and can assist me in that part. So if I'll put my email in the chat, I'm open to us having time to share knowledge around that. So I will put, and please reach out to me, Islam.
May I ask, Empress, which language are you referring to in coding? Is it C++, is it DOS, or is it just worksheet language?
In the spreadsheet, it has a macros and writing of codes in there. It's not difficult, but the outline that I have now, I haven't been able to make it work. I haven't been able to make it function. So I will to have some assistance to help translate some pieces so that I can make at least one working template or prototype for us to begin with at the next stage. And so that's the help I'm asking for. And I could send by email what I have to work with, what I'm working with now, so that it could be adapted. So I will put my email in the chat. If you have a background there, or you just have an interest to join the fun, I'm open to all connection on that level. Islam,
we do have some experience there, particularly where joining things together, linking things together, and things like pivot tables and things. We have some experience there, but I would love to hear from some of the Congress members as well. And if not, in Presentente, you and I can come together and make a connection. In Presentente, if you'll stay after Congress for just 2 or 3 minutes, let's have a quick discussion, you and I. Because I think we can speed this up significantly with something that I have in mind. Islam.
I apologize. I was in the middle of taking care of some documents to do a demonstration on, but I know you had mentioned something about putting holes in certain certain instruments. What is it that we're putting holes in, please?
Anything that was sent by the fraud, anything that was sent by the fraud, because we're now starting to add that to the record, to our record.
Okay.
So we just put holes in it to sync it, basically.
Thank you.
Just like you see on the screen, up in the corner, in the middle, and then we put holes. We got a couple of holes in here too. We just put holes, especially in all 4 corners, and one in the middle. It's like sinking a battleship. Yeah, Islam. That being stated, Islam nobility.
This is Chief Justice 8 Messiah Bay. On the vote, I wanted to affirm. Also want to just add that I'm so grateful to be on this call. The last time I was on here was probably about a year ago. I had got on a couple of calls, and so much was going over my head. I was still, you know, feet just really kind of getting wet with a lot of things, and it just life had to send me out again. Spirit sent me back out on another cycle, getting more contrast, and I just so happened to get on I looked up a couple of the videos. My brother Noble Akil, I seen Fareed Bey. He actually been guiding me and been that voice in my ear saying, you know, I know you're trying to do things this way, but it's another way to do it. You know, really trying to provide that perspective. And, you know, things just don't click until they click. And the timing couldn't have been more divine because I looked at a couple of the last Congress calls. I watched the videos on YouTube, and things were just aligning in a way that it just hadn't aligned before. It's like now I have the capacity to receive the information because I've gotten that through the life experience, and I've learned that through this journey it really is more spiritual than anything else. I was looking at it from a standpoint of paperwork and process, but no, it starts from within. It's self-government. It really is. You know, Islam, I self-law am master. So I see it in a whole different way now. I'm just grateful. I'm here. I'll be tapping in more. And as we go, I'm pleased. Any place where I can be better or corrected, please bring that to my attention, as I know you will. But I just wanted to say that Islam, I yield.
Thank you so much, Justice A.H. Messiah Bey. We're so glad you're here. We really are. We know that you have much to contribute to the nation as you learn more and remember more. So we're just grateful that you're here. Stay tuned because your energy is just so important for our nation as well. Islam. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Islam.
And thank you, Justice Akil, for inviting him.
Islam, yeah, he got kicked off early. I was trying to get him back in, but he said, yeah, he did. But, you know, it happened how it's supposed to.
Well, you know, Justice A.A., by the time more come to this Congress right here, they've seen some things and been through some things, and they know some things by the time they get here. So we're just grateful that you're here. Yeah, Islam. This is Akil.
Yes. I would like to put a vote in, but I need you to refresh my memory what we were voting on today.
We were voting on the processes that have been introduced really from the beginning, but the processes that Unniversalle has put together, along with the 6 documents, we're voting on that being the, here, let's pull it up here, being a perfected claim. From the top down, this is a perfected claim. So the things that have been introduced and Unniversalle's system of record, is that enough documentation from the court for perfected claim where property and all other is concerned? That's what we were voting on. In other words, do we have enough information to make a perfected claim that cannot be refuted and rebuked and rebutted?
Islam. Well, with that being said, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Justice Akil Kim Nevi Easley L. We appreciate you.
Your gratitude.
Islam. We do have unanimity and unity on our vote. With that being stated, no other legislation, no other court actions, Islam. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs, and we will meet again on Sunday at 6 post meridian. Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Peace and love.
Islam, peace and grand rising.
Peace and grand rising, boys. Islam.
Peace and love. Peace and grand rising.
Peace and love. Thank you, everyone. Tajiri, I so love all your laughter.
Islam, thank you, Grand Matriarch. Thank you so much. I love your energy. Thank you.
Peace, love, and light.
Peace and grand rising.